Good morning, everyone, to the Sarasota County School Board Workshop today on February 4th, 2025 at 10 a.m. We'll go ahead and we'll get started if we could. Superintendent Connor.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. We're going to have a lot of good, robust discussion around a couple of topics for our February 4th workshop, starting with Progress Monitoring 2 results. As you know, we do participate in the state progress monitoring assessments, and there are 3 times a year in which that occurs: the beginning, the middle, and the end. The end counting for our overall accountability grade, which we'll talk a little bit about where we're at with our goals and our plans. Number 2 is going to be an update on the work of our newly formed African American History Task Force. There's been a lot of work that's been accomplished and a lot of plans that are underway for that task force as we work to achieve exemplary designation by the state of Florida. Then number 3, we're going to give a strategic plan update on Pillar 3, which is centered around human capital and human resources. And our Chief of Human Resources, Ms. Ashley Ramadka, will be providing that update. And then the last will be one of the priorities of the board, recently discussion around cell phone usage and the results of a recent survey that we participated in. So we're going to jump right in with progress monitoring results. So in the first screen that you'll see here, this is our district-wide formula, kind of what I would say the 30,000 foot level, where we're looking and monitoring as a school district our progress in relation to where we're at with meeting our KPIs for our strategic plan, as well as how we are faring out across other districts in the state of Florida as we compare ourselves. So as you can see from the bottom and moving towards the top of this table, starting in 2021, where we have fared as results for each of the categories that we are graded in that district grade formula. So you see ELA proficiency in the second column, and it moves over through math, over through science, social studies, acceleration, grad rate, and then at the very end, the total points is really that aggregate score that we use to monitor our progress. So moving up to 2024, which was last year, as a result of tremendous work of our teachers, our administrators, our schools who have done excellent in terms of the expectations set forth under the leadership of our Chief Academic Officer, myself, and the whole team, you see that we've made some tremendous progress. If you look at what we had actually planned for our strategic plan this year, last year we've exceeded almost every one of those cells. And so we've had to actually go back to the drawing board and recalibrate where we would like our 2025 goals to be. So the goals at the very top of the table are actually new goals after we got the results of the 2024 state assessment in each of those buckets. So you can see tremendous progress being made, and we have obviously done some aggressive goal setting. We think that's the right approach as we work to overcome the declines of the pandemic and the things that we've had as barriers over the last few years. And so we're really excited about what we've accomplished and where we're headed. Just to note a couple of changes coming into this year. Achievement levels were approved. They do level setting pretty regularly, and at the November State Board meeting, those achievement levels were approved. There will be a new component brought back into the equation that was not a part of it last year, and that is the Florida alternate assessments. Those are the assessments that are provided to students who are on access points, and they're able to retrofit those scores to calculate gains and growth and all of that. Those were not included in the state calculations last year, just because, remember, we moved from FSA to FAST, then we had a baseline year, and then in that baseline year there were no growth because you couldn't really compare yourself to a previous year. And then last year we introduced the growth scores, the gains. Now they're going to bring in those FAA assessment scores. When you look across our rankings across other districts, you see where we stand. Now, I've shown this to you before in a workshop. You can see when you look at the number 1 school district, Lafayette, they have an enrollment of 1,100 students. They have 2 schools. They have no charters, they have 876 total points in their district calculation. So they got 73% of the entire total points. You look at St. John's at 51, 42 schools, 1 charter, and SCS population, which is free and reduced lunch, of 22%, they're at 72. And then Nassau at 12,000, 14 schools, no charters, and then 71%. Now, we did a little bit of a comparison. Now, we understand the partnership we have with our charters, but we need to be able to determine our oversight, our management of our traditional public schools and how we're faring out. So we thought it was important for us to separate out just to see how we're faring with charters and without, because we, unlike the schools that are above us, have 15 charter schools, where all 4 of the districts ahead of us have a combined total of 1 charter school. So that there's a difference there. So we have to make sure that we're looking apples to apples. So when we did that, we were able to see with no charters that actually would have brought us to 4th ranking. And then Walton being right there in the middle with 11,000 students, 14 schools at 839 total points. So when you look at where we actually fared out combined with our charters last year, that's the bottom line that you see, the 45,000 students, 43 schools, 15 charters, with 69% of the possible points. And that put us at a ranking of 5th overall in the state. So that obviously sparked a lot of conversation amongst our district team. How do we continue to partner with our charter schools? And I think we had some pretty in-depth conversation at our last workshop where we talked about us opening the doors, inviting, being a part of our principal meeting, or having separate principal meetings that are instructionally focused, talking about participating in our impact reviews, which we do with all of our schools multiple times a year, and meeting with them to do data chats and really problem solve, because we think that they're an important piece of us continuing to advance our work as a school district as we move forward. There is one congratulations that we want to continue to highlight. We recently received back, I think last month, we received our 24 graduation rate, which moved us from 90.3 to 92.5%. So we're continuing to make good progress there, and congratulations to all of our teachers and students and staff who make that happen. It's a lot of work to get every little point you can get in graduation rate. As you look at our state rankings for ELA, so we're going to drill in a little bit to reading proficiency here. You look at our 3rd grade through 10th, that is what we are assessed on for the FAST assessment. You can see over the years we've made some progress from last year in a couple of areas, and we've dropped in a couple of areas in our overall ranking. This gives us an idea of where to target our support. So you see we went from 2022 5th and 3rd grade reading to 2nd, and then we've made some increases in other grade levels, and we've seen some decreases in others. So that's part of the conversation with our principals. How do we address those so that we continue to make progress in each grade level? Same thing in math. You see we've made some increases in our overall ranking in some grade levels, and we've decreased in some of those grade levels. 8th grade is always an anomaly, because I want you to remember that 8th grade, that particular assessment is typically, it really depends on how you're scheduling students. So our philosophy is we want as many students to take rigorous coursework at that 8th grade as possible and are prepared to do so. So if they are a level 3, 4, or 5 on the 7th grade math assessment, we push them towards algebra, which is that takes them out of this equation. So the students that you see here, and why you see such a lower percent of proficiency typically in 8th grade math, is because honestly it's just that cohort who are your level 1s and 2s. And we did an aggressive push with our charter schools this year to make sure they were pushing more students towards the rigor in Algebra 1 versus having them sit in the 8th grade standard math courses. So when you look at our ranking for EOCs, you see algebra, geometry, U.S. history, biology, and civics. Those are our end-of-course assessments, and those are done at various levels, whether middle school or high school. And you can see we've made some progress there as well. And we are performing very high as it relates to other counties and other school districts in this area. So to make improvements in ranking and percentages when your EOCs are already performing at the levels they are, really hats off to the team making progress there. So as you jump in, we had our tremendous jump in third grade last year. We moved to second place. Our goal, we finalized at 71 last year. Our goal is to hit 73%. That's a little less aggressive than we were previously, but we're going to closely monitor that with looking at PM1 and PM2 to make sure that we can either meet or surpass where we were. 7 points increase in any particular grade level is big, and so we know that it's going to be a challenge to continue to push past that, but we're up to it. So right now, let's do a little digging into comparison. I think apples to apples, you want to look at where were you at last year in Progress Monitoring 2 to where you're at this year in Progress Monitoring 2. So the same time frame from last year to this year. So I want you to focus in on the 2023 PM2 level 3 and above column, which would be the second one, and the fourth one, 2024 PM2. And you see the color codes there. So we're in ELA, you can see our cohort data is moving very positively. If you look at, for instance, fourth grade, 53%. Those students last year were third graders, so they would have been at 51%. So if you look diagonal from third to fourth grade, from fourth to fifth grade, from fifth to sixth grade, you're seeing the cohort increasing year after year after year. We did have the third grade. We have a little bit of a, starting from where we were last year, those were second graders. So they are just a point behind where the third graders were last year at this time. So we're addressing that through our conversations with data chats with our principals. But very positive trends in ELA as the work that we're doing with Literacy for All. We've had a big, huge push around how we're supporting literacy for our students. And I think this is a result of a lot of those initiatives. We did pull out our charters versus traditional. So this chart is showing you our traditional public schools without the charters. And you can see a lot of green in the cohort data. And then again, those second graders who are now third graders are not quite where the third graders were last year, just 2 points behind. But with our push plans, we are very targeted on making sure that we can overcome those barriers. And then this is separating out the charters and where they're at as compared to ELA from this year to last year. Now we're going to get into math. So now you're going to start to see a lot of red when you start to see this. Now, we are not about excuses, but I will tell you that the progressive way that you teach math, standards build upon each other. And the reality is there were 10 days of lost instruction due to the hurricanes. So I believe this is contributing to that, but it's not going to be an excuse. We're using this to say, how do we compact some of that instruction? How do we rearrange to make sure that we're overcoming? We're going to get into that at the end of this presentation, talk about what those action steps are. But when you look at math, and you're going to see more red than you are green, and we do believe we understand why that is, but we also understand we've got to overcome that. This is traditional schools. Again, in 8th grade, you're going to see even lower than last year, and that actually is not necessarily a bad thing because we are pushing more students into the EOC courses. And if you look at charters as well at 8th grade, as a result of us working with them to schedule appropriately, you see they've even dropped from 30 to 22 in 8th grade. That's because that cohort is less proficient students in there than the previous year, as those students have now moved on to algebra. So this can be a little bit of a confusing table, but I'll try to explain it the best I can. If you look at level 1s and 2s, you want to see anytime we're reducing the number of level 1s and 2s, the percent in those two columns, you're going to see it in green. If those increased, they're going to be red because we don't want to increase the level of 1s and 2s. We want to decrease them. The opposite is true for levels 3, 4s, and 5s. If we've increased the percentage, that's good. That's going to be green. If they've gone down, they're going to be in red. So it's a little bit of the opposite, which can be a little confusing when you're looking at this table. Good news is when you look at ELA by grade level, comparing PM2 to PM2 from the last 2 years, we see a lot more green, which means we're in a better stance, a better posture at mid-year than we were last year. So that's something that we continue to grow on. This is just middle school chart. So we're in a better spot. We're reducing the level of 1s and 2s, and we're increasing the levels of 3, 4s, and 5s. And remember, a level 3 or above is considered proficient, according to the state. Same thing in high school. The only 2 grade levels at high school that have ELA assessments will be 9th and our 10th graders. Now math, a little bit of a different story. We do have concerns that we are addressing in terms of elementary, middle, and high with those lost days of instruction and how we're rearranging and compacting that and coming up with our strategic actions to address these issues. So you do see we've increased more level 1s and 2s, and we have decreased in level 3s, 4s, and 5s as compared to last year at this time. So we just remember that's where we're at. Again, 8th graders, not concerning because we are pushing more students into the EOC courses. Positively, too, when you start to look at our specific student groups and we look at where we were from last year at this point to this year, each one of those subgroups that we watch and we monitor from the state level and at the local level, you can see that we're making some progress when you break out that data by subgroup. And this is for math. All right, and so now I'm going to turn it over to our fantastic academic services team who's going to talk about, now that we know what the data says, what are we going to do about it?
All right, good morning. So as you heard the superintendent speak of our Literacy for All initiative, that is still a driving anchor that allows us to focus and make sure we're advancing student performance in literacy, and our data from last year and then how we're trending this year. I believe that you also see that happening. But what we've really done with that plan is really coin the term responsive instruction. The best example of that is what happened in 3rd grade and what the curriculum team and the school-based teams synergized around and implemented with fidelity. And what that really means is that the instruction is driven by data. We're coupling data with high leverage practices and curriculum guides and resources that are meant to meet students where they are and to aggressively advance their performance. This is a very rigorous stance, not only for our curriculum team, but also the school-based leaders and teachers who are implementing it, because it requires constant review and adjustment and consideration every single week, every single day. No longer are our teachers or our leaders following curriculum guides, turning pages in textbooks. They are evaluating their students' response to data every day. And that is what we've trained 3rd grade very well on doing, and that is being expanded to all of our grade levels, which you'll hear about from our level chiefs. In addition to that, the literacy coaches and the interventionists are also boots on the ground in schools, holding hands with our teachers and administrators and our district team to be the leaders charging forward with this work and making sure that we have on the ground support every single day. They do not have to wait for Calvary. Calvary exists in the school. Although we do have a really awesome Calvary, and you'll hear how they're working interconnectively with schools, we wanted to make sure we had boots on the ground because we know the needs are there every single day. So that responsive instruction came with, first of all, a methodology that we provided supportive resources with, and then training, and then implementation support. Intensive reading is another area that we're working very aggressively on. As you saw our data and our ranking in 9th and 10th grade reading, we're not where we want to be. That's an area we have to be aggressive with. We have done a complete overhaul of intensive reading, and those courses are where our level 1 and level 2 readers are. We're implementing a program called Read 180. We actually partnered a bit with Miami-Dade and seeing what they were doing and how that was helping them. And it's not a new program. It's actually something that has been around, but obviously it's been advanced in how that works with our kids. What's most impressive with Dr. Green and Ms. Therian and Dr. Anderson leading the charge with that, the cohort of teachers that are working with those students are passionate, dedicated. They have grabbed the bull by the horns. They came to training this summer to learn the new program. It's been implemented for months now. They've had Dr. Anderson, Dr. Green, the superintendent, myself. We even had some school board members with us going in and observing that instruction with Read 180 staff to make sure that teachers had everything they need to do that and do it well. Even just as 2 weeks ago when we, in January, our teachers were in a PLC at the district level led by Deb Therian, who's our high school program specialist, learning how to better plan with that resource. When we walked in the room, the superintendent and I, the heat in the room, it was very warm in there, and it was just an active buzz of trying to figure it out and collaborating, not only with their peers at their school, but all high schools that have the program. So they're doing amazing work in Read 180. We look forward to seeing the results that that's going to yield. And then in middle school, we already had an existing program that we were happy with. They had implemented it about 2 years ago, so we didn't want to go changing what's there, but we did supplement where we didn't have a good foundational skills program. So they're implementing phonics for reading to make sure that we're addressing the foundational skills for the level 1 and level 2 readers, which we hadn't quite been doing with Fidelity before that. So there's big advancements there and a lot of work going on. Again, just deepening that work that we expect and want to see with literacy, being that umbrella and opening doors for all learning for students. When we think about the other infrastructures we have, I want to paint a picture for the K-12 infrastructure that we have in place. We have an infrastructure that allows our level chiefs and our curriculum teams to work side by side in our schools. I do want to just paint a little bit of picture of our level chiefs. They're not only principal supervisors, which comes with a whole set of skills and work that needs to occur. They're also curriculum leaders. In a lot of places, those are two separate roles. Here, it's one. And they do, it's actually a beautiful marriage. It's very unique, but we are unique in Sarasota. And it's something that works, but you have to work very hard at being really good at it. So I do want to compliment the team on their work that they do and leading our curriculum teams and also leading leadership. And in order to make that work well and be seamless and cohesive, supporting schools and getting student outcomes, we have a system that we work within. And right now I'm going to highlight the mid-year point of that system. We have a few experiences that have already started as of January and that will be ending in the next week or so. And one of those things is our mid-year principal meeting. That's one-on-one with the level chief, and it has 3 parts to it. The first part is just looking at leadership overall and holistically aligned to our administrator evaluation system. Where are we in comparison to the standards? And then we look at their deliberate practice goals that they set. Those goals are based on overall performance of the school, not only academic, but cultural, discipline data, feedback from the community, all the data that we do have, and they're making goals to continue to advance the performance of their school. And then we move into action planning. We start talking about the PM2 data. Where are we? Where aren't we? Where have we been? Where are we going? And we're making sure that they're identifying the right needs in the schools, but not only identifying it, coupling that with strategic, ongoing action, which we'll talk a little bit more. That's where those push plans come into play. And then we get ready for our mid-year impact reviews, which you're all familiar with, but the mid-year is just a modified version, building off the beginning and continuing to focus on Tier 1 instruction. And lastly, all good leaders are reflective. So really building that reflective nature of leadership, knowing that we all have things to learn and grow with and that we're never there. And that's the beauty, of a teacher and a leader. We can continuously grow and get better. And that reflection piece is a time for the chief and the principal to connect and reflect and collaboratively support one another through the work. When we look at the next experience, that is the Empower meeting, and that is a very rigorous experience. Imagine sitting in front of the superintendent, as we do often, but it's never easy, and you always want to make sure you're meeting those high expectations. And we know that Mr. Connor knows a lot about the work, especially being a CAO in many schools, principal supervisor. He's done all of these things. This is a time for him to hear in depth what are those push plans that schools have. And when we think about push plans, that is the individual response plans based on PM2 results, also looking at where we were at PM3, and then also addressing any areas of concern. So if we have, for example, an SS student group that is below the federal index, that is a part of the push plan. If we have a certain grade level, like for example, 3rd grade in elementary is always there. In our high school plans, intensive reading classes are always there because those are areas that we have to monitor that require a significant amount of work above and beyond the normal day. Those are in the push plans. It starts with an overview of our school grade goals that we set at each school in the beginning of the year. We progress check, are we on track to make those goals? And then we move into a student sort, which breaks it down by individual student, student groups, classes, courses, grade levels. It really depends based on the school. Every school's plan is different, and it's very much aligned to the resources in the school, the needs of the students, and anything else that they need to continue to create that opportunity for students to succeed with high levels of support for the teacher. And again, that action. What is the action? It's great to know what kids need, but you have to make sure you're giving it to them. And that's the hard part. Like any good diet, I know what I need to do. I may do it a few times a week. I need to do it every day, right? Till I get to those goals. So that push plan creates that interconnected system, making sure that the school-based team knows what to do and supports are deployed. The district team knows what to do and the supports are deployed. And also, if we need any additional funding, we're allocating that to special projects and initiatives that maybe a school wants to do and may not be in their budget. So all resources align into that push plan. And again, in that time frame when they're speaking to the superintendent, he's giving feedback, he's asking questions, he's drilling down, he's looked at the data, and we are receiving that feedback and making sure that we have also thought of everything. And if there's a new idea on the table, we're quickly adopting that and turnkeying it. So it's a great holistic process for everyone to own the graduate. And then those mid-year impact reviews, that comes next, and some of that has already happened or it's going to be happening in the next few weeks. Those are modified versions of the beginning of the year. It's building on where they have gone in those plans, because not everyone is moving at the same rate of speed. And maybe where we thought we would be, we weren't, or maybe we've exceeded that and we've moved on. So we reconvene in that respect, focusing on Tier 1 core instruction, whereas the push plan is really that Tier 2, Tier 3 approach. So we're constantly nurturing all aspects of that and working together to own that work. I do also want to say another unique aspect of what we're doing is the schedule that we have for our program specialists, which you'll hear from our chiefs. Our program specialists, curriculum directors, and our 3 chiefs are in schools 85% of the week, which is quite significant when you think about the in-office work. That could be emails from a school, that could be emails from a parent, that could be a lot of things, emails from me, emails from Mr. Connor, or anyone on the team, in addition to curriculum and resource development. We don't have people that sit in the office creating. We are out supporting and implementing. We do step back to create, but it is definitely less of what we do and more on the in-school support. A lot of the creating and drafting and revising of resources, supports, and plans usually takes place after school hours because the work is in schools when kids are there. So we try to reserve that stuff either during arrival or after kids have left for the day, or we do engage in some contract work with our own staff so that they can get paid for the time that they're spending outside of the money-making time, which we consider that school day with students. So very, very impressed by the work and what the team is doing, and I am now going to hand it over to Chief Minnelli to share in depth what our elementary team is doing to respond to the data.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Day. Good morning, everyone. So as Mrs. O'Day shared, we have been focused heavily in elementary on systematizing this responsive instruction. So if we think about what a responsive instruction is, it's the adaptation of the instruction to meet the needs of every student every day. And so if we think about that, that's a heavy lift for our teams, because if we're truly responding to every student, we're responding to those who are demonstrating misconceptions and are in need of remedial work, as well as our students who are demonstrating mastery and are in need of acceleration and enrichment work. So last year we spent a significant amount of time pouring our support into 3rd grade ELA teachers, because we know that they carry the incredible responsibility of supporting our students to promote promotion to 4th grade when they are facing potential retention, as well as having this added accountability in our school grade cells. So our response plan last year was really designed around this responsive instruction concept. So we supported our teachers in analyzing their PM2 data results, grouping students accordingly, and assigning areas of focus along with instructional resources that match those needs of our students. And as Mr. Connor shared, the results are something that we're very proud of. And so this year what we have done is taken that 3rd grade response plan and expanded it. And so this plan now stretches across ELA and math and focuses on our students in grades 3 through 5. So we have designed what we're calling the WIN roadmap. WIN, which stands for What I Need, is a time that is preserved in the master schedule to occur outside of the core instructional block. So this time is focused on responsive instruction that our students are in need of outside of Tier 1 time, and it could be in ELA or math depending on the needs of the students. It could be structured interventions that looks more like a Tier 2 or Tier 3 intervention. It could be a simple responsive instruction to help them to close the gap to meeting grade level expectations, or it could be enrichment and acceleration time. So what our WIN roadmap is a tool that targets both of those blocks, the ELA WIN block as well as the the math WIN block, excuse me. And the tool provides a step-by-step process for our teachers and our school-based leaders in doing this complex work. So the tool outlines how to dive into that PM2 data and group our students accordingly. It shows them how to align instructional areas of focus based on the student groupings. And it has a menu of district-vetted curriculum resources that will target those said areas of focus for each of those student groups, whether in remedial work or in enrichment and advancement. So in addition to our team really creating this tool, we've also flooded our schools with the supports to implement the tool. So our program specialists have been divided across our elementary schools. So we have them grouped by region. So we've got our northern regions and our southern and our Title I and non-Title I. And our program specialists are working in the schools in support of implementation of this tool. So they're working with grade level teams, they're helping to facilitate data chats with the PM2 results, and using this tool hand in hand to create the student groupings and align it to the resources that are needed for the reteaching that's happening during these WIN blocks. In addition, we have provided support and training to our building leaders, so our principals, our assistant principals, and our leadership teams, because we know that they are there, boots on the ground every single day, and we need to flood them with the supports and partner with them to be able to provide them with these resources to support their teachers on site. And we're really proud and impressed with how they've just embraced this work and they're running with it, and we're excited to be in the schools seeing this unfold every day. We're tracking the support that our program specialists are providing to our schools and ensuring that it meets the unique needs of all 23 of our elementaries and our K-8 programs or our combination school programs as well. And so just like we are charging our principals, assistant principals, and teachers to be responsive, we too are practicing what we preach. And we are being responsive to the needs of our schools and making sure that the supports that we're providing are what they need. So our math response plan is based off of our review of our PM2 data in our proficiency cells, our learning gain cells, and our bottom quartile. So as Mr. Connor shared, we have an extra layer of focus on math this year because our data is indicating that need. So in addition to the WIN roadmap, which does support that responsive instruction outside of the core Tier 1 block, this math response plan focuses on the responsive instruction that needs to happen during the Tier 1 core block. And so this tool is very much similar to what we see with the WIN roadmap because we want to create systems that are familiar and repetitive to our school leaders and to our teachers so they're not forced to learn all of these different systems and ways of work, but it really focuses on using two sets of data. Yes, we have our PM2 data, and that provides us with a great global overview where we know how our students are performing at this time and in alignment with how they're to be performing by end of year PM3. But that's all it really provides for us. It does not provide our school-based leaders or our teachers with instructional next steps or even an understanding of what specific concepts our students are struggling to master or which ones they need to go deeper in to accelerate. So what we tag in at that time is our next layer of data work with our district curriculum assessments. And so by responding to that layer of data, these assessments specifically assess what the teachers have taught. So if there's a concept taught, it is aligned to the pacing guide, it is common across our district, and it allows for our teachers to really drive into the standards and even the specific item types that students may be struggling to master. And so we utilize our Performance Matters platform and the reports that provides, and our math response plan is broken into 4 parts to help our school-based leaders and our teachers to really dive into that data and make instructional decisions that will help with that reteach where needed. The 4 parts of the math response plan are providing our schools with monthly professional learning around upcoming mathematical concepts that are coming up in the pacing guide, providing facilitated data chats with those curriculum assessments, because that is a heavy lift as well, to be able to analyze each of those assessments, and they come quickly, and really identify where our students have demonstrated mastery and not yet. A relaunch of the use of our Dreambox platform to allow for our teachers to have another layer of support in targeting our students' areas of needs. And then lastly, a 5-week targeted review and reteach, kind of a fast prep or a boot camp, if you will, at the very conclusion of the year prior to taking PM3. So in summary, our way of work in elementary is really grounded in systematizing responsive instruction. Regardless of if it's ELA or if it's math, we want these systems to be uniform and similar across the board, so that way our school-based leaders and our teachers are able to respond quickly and effectively. And we are working behind the scenes to take as much of that lift off as we can, so we can partner with our teachers and principals to be able to effectively lead this responsive instruction. So with that, I will pass it over to Dr. Johnson to talk through our middle school response work.
First and foremost, good morning. Have you ever been in a situation where you kind of felt left out? So we have Project 3, right, a third grade reading plan. We, of course, have Project 10 that Mr. Connor has shared. And so in middle school, we knew we had a gap in literacy for our level 1s and level 2 students. And so with Mrs. Meckler, who is no longer with us, did not pass away, just retired, I was able to hire Mrs. Bryant. We thought of Project 8. And what Project 8 really is level 1 and 2 students who are intensive reading and ensuring before they get to high school that they're on grade level. And so you heard Mrs. O'Day share earlier that we do have Common Lit, which is an on grade level platform that we use in intensive reading. What we did not have was something to help build their foundational skills. And that is why we reached out and got Phonics for Reading. Why is Phonics for Reading so important? 3 different levels, depending on where they're actually pre-assessed. And so we're very fortunate in Sarasota that we know where kids are coming from 5th grade into our middle school. So we were able to pre-assess 5th graders coming to 6th, 6th to 7th, and 7th to 8th to ensure that they were not only in the right class, but they also had the right level to meet their needs. In addition, we assigned Emily Neese, our program specialist, and Daniela, our ELL specialist, to work with our literacy coaches to ensure that they also had the training to meet those needs with those resources. And a big piece that came out of it right away for me when I was able to do walkthroughs was that we actually saw small group instruction, like small group in middle school. Do you know how difficult that really is to get done? And what it looks like if you ever get the opportunity to walk, it may be students on iReady, it may even be students working independently, but then there's a group with teachers no larger than 5. And here's the catch, that's about 4 times a week. So in addition to getting on grade level materials, you're getting 3 to 4 times a week that foundational skill support to lift you up and get where you need to be. And we do have data, so we've been tracking data like we always do, and we'll have opportunity hopefully to share that at another date. But another piece, actually right now we are training every intensive reading teacher right now in Blue. So not only do they receive these resources, we're constantly training to make sure that they feel comfortable servicing kids and providing that support. Now, the comprehensive plan itself does include the improving instruction intensive reading, which we've seen, which then actually rolls over to ELA as well. We have targeted specific skills in those foundational readings, so level A, B, and C for those students. Ongoing progress monitoring reports. So yes, they do have iReady. We even have iReady Pro that we've actually started this year. So if you're a student who is still struggling and maybe below grade level, but we want to ensure that the material that you see and the platform does not look like elementary, that's where iReady Pro comes in. And here's the positive with that. So data just hot off the press that I don't know Mrs. O'Day or Mr. Connor saw. So out of one intensive reading class, I'll use Booker Middle, 55 students, 85% are actually in regular iReady. Only 15% are iReady Pro. So what does that tell us from PM1 to PM2? They've started to test out, which is a positive for us, which means they are building those foundational skills. I would be remiss if I didn't share that part of this came as a direct result of conversations that I've had, not only with elementary, high school, Mrs. O'Day, that there just needed to be something different for middle school students. Sometimes I think they move into middle school and we just keep going and forget that there are other pieces that happen, that when you get to middle school, it also impacts your behavior and your attendance, guys, when you're not reading on grade level. I am incredibly proud of Project 8 right now and the work that we've been doing. A lot of work to come, Because yes, we are showing growth, but remember our goal is to get to on grade level. And so that is the next aspect that we're also tracking. Now, for targeted curriculum instructional support in middle school, I want to go back to something Mrs. O'Day shared. If you notice, she did a comprehensive plan for you so that we wouldn't have to repeat ourselves from K through 12, right? The impact reviews, mid-year data chats, action plan, push plans. That's how principals feel sometimes. There's a lot that's coming at them, but there's a rhyme or reason for it. The reason why it's so important, let's kind of start with that action plan piece. The action plan really does give them the data to know what PL they need to do to support their teachers with tier 1 and tier 2 instruction, right? The push plan is there to ensure that there are interventions that are meeting the needs of students. So if you kind of look just right at the top, the first few bullets, the data pieces that we have besides FAST, guys, we do have common curriculum assessments. We have district curriculum assessments. Why are those important? As a school, clearly I want to look at my own data, drill down and ensure that kids are getting what they need. But for my role as the chief, I also want to look overall. So when I meet with Mr. Connor and Mrs. O'Day, I can tell them overall how we're doing as a school district and then how we're going to move middle school forward. Standards mastery, which we have in ELA and in math, that gives them pre-assessments. Think about this for once. We actually do pre-assessments so that we already know what kids can do, so we're not reteaching the same exact thing and we can move forward. As far as Lexia, Phonics for Reading Fast, additional data points to help us triangulate those data points. Now, once again, why is that important? When we are working with students, we also know that not every assessment they take seriously. And so for us, especially when you think about middle school, we need to be able to have enough data points so that we can make sound decisions and not just go off of one assessment, even though it may be important, which is fast, right? PM1, PM2, there has to be additional data points for us to make decisions, not only in ELA and math, but think about in middle school, that also includes science and social studies. If you look down and take a look at that picture, Chief Manelli mentioned it earlier. The positive with us from K through 12 is we are usually always on the same page. And one of those pieces that really came about that wasn't really in place previous years. I want to kind of paint the picture. Previous years, including elementary and middle when I was in that role, we did support schools, but we did it as an as-needed basis, right? If Tuttle was struggling, we're running to support Tuttle. Booker Middle was struggling, we're running to support Booker Middle. Well, what changed this year was we are going to support every school. We will schedule it out. Every program specialist will be there, and you heard Mrs. O'Day say 85% of the time. To put that in perspective, they have an office day on Monday. They probably want more of that. With that being said, we need them boots on the ground. Now, to be fair, we ensure that every other week schools are being seen, and then Booker Middle, because it is a high needs and support is needed, we go there every single week. What work are they doing when they're there? They are working through PLCs, leading. They are working through PLs and leading PL, or they're just going into the classroom to support teachers and students. Imagine that, an additional adult who is an expert going in and just working with you. And then when it's all said and done, I'm also there to support you from emails to, I don't know where to find resources, any and everything that they need. And really that last part of support that myself, Mrs. Bryant, the curriculum director, and as well as our program specialist, it's kind of broken in three kind of areas. One, I want you to take a look at the tiered instruction and CPT facilitation. So when they go to schools and they're essentially, let's say, invited into that PLC, that's some of the work that they're working on specifically with those teams. Well, that next layer goes down into actual lesson planning. I have all these resources in Schoology. Do you know how difficult it is, and I've spoken to teachers, for them to kind of wrap their arms around all the resources that we have in K through 12? Well, sometimes all they need is someone else to sit by them and say, if your student is struggling with this, utilize this. If they're struggling over here, pull this as well. And that's for ELA and math. Has been incredibly impactful. They send out emails usually weekly. They follow up with them just to make sure that they know how to find those resources. And something that we didn't discuss that I want to make sure we bring up, Mrs. O'Day, including students with disabilities, our ESC teachers. We actually brought them in. Why? To be able to show them where all these resources are so they can support students. They even created a voiceover PL so that they could share with them so you no longer just have to keep searching. You can walk through it yourself if you forgot where to find resources. And last but certainly not least, the work that we do is professional learning. That is ongoing. And so you'll see as part of either action plan or push plan, you'll see the gradual release of responsibility. That has been in place since Paige Detman, since Dr. Detman, and I see someone nodding their head. We continue with that work because it works. Take a look at our data. And then for scaffolding and aggressive monitoring, those are additional pieces based on where those schools land according to their action plan and what they need for their push plan. So yes, having 8 schools, we're pretty fortunate, unlike 23, that we can individualize, but everyone has their action plan. Every single school has their push plan. And yes, we are going through our second round of impact reviews to ensure whatever it is they worked on in the beginning, if it's working, we're continuing. If it is not, we're going to adjust. Really for us in middle school, and kind of to summarize like Chief Manelli did, our goal is to ensure that teachers feel comfortable to do their job and have all the resources they need, but also that we know where every single student is, either utilizing our common assessments, district assessments, performance matters. There for us, there's no excuse not to know what every student needs and to ensure that we meet those needs. So with that, I would turn it over to Chief of High Schools, Dr. Green.
Thank you. So similarly to elementary and middle school, we've created responsive approaches to our data. What's different for high school is our support is provided in 2 ways. Targeted curriculum and instruction assistance by way of teaching and learning. Oh, thank you. And systematic reviews of our seniors through our Project 10 work, which I will highlight in a moment. Our curriculum and instruction program specialists support the schools through intentional side-by-side work. Many of our approaches you've heard already echoed through the elementary and middle school approaches. Schools can request the support of our program specialists through their specific initiatives, and we push in that support and work with them in their classrooms through all of the different content areas. They also have dedicated days at each of the schools where the teachers and the program specialists work in each of the subject areas, supporting them through lesson planning, lesson development, data analysis, coaching cycles, professional learning. They also support the schools by developing common assessments and curriculum resources and tools that they push out to teachers, and they help to supplement their curriculum throughout the school year. And this happens on days where they're not physically in the schools, and they do that here at the landings on those days where they're not there. One high leverage practice that we can deploy to increase student achievement is that small group instruction that Dr. Johnson talked about. We see that at the high school predominantly in our Read 180 classes, in our intensive reading classrooms. That is not an area that you see, or a practice that you see predominantly in high schools as much as you see at the elementary level. And it is something where we know if a teacher can sit face to face with a student around data sets that let you know this is an area that students need more practice, more remediation, more reteaching, we know that magic can happen in those moments. And so this is an area that we want to continue to explore. And this is something that's making our push plans more unique. This is an area that we are going to continue to get stronger in with the work of our program specialists and our curriculum teams. In the development of our push plans, we have started to work through this because we have performance matters. It allows us to drill down to the student level to make these informed decisions. We can utilize our summative data like progress monitoring, our EOCs. We can identify where students are struggling, and our school teams can identify the right resources with the help of our curriculum teams to give students what they need and move them where they need to be. The program specialists are collaborating with teachers to find useful ways to also use formative data, such as checks for understandings, exit tickets to inform instruction, and then group students in real time. And this can help us to move students into small group right in the moment. So we don't have to wait until data sets come out and work with stale data. We can do that right here and now. And so with our push plans, the school leadership teams are looking at each of our groups, our classroom settings, and working with those data sets to decide what resource is going to make the most sense with our students to move them where they need to be as we continue to move through the second semester. And then you heard me talk about Project 10. We recently celebrated our historic graduation rate, 92.5%. And while graduation is the compilation of an infinite number of efforts over time, Project 10 is that final push in the final year, and we closely examine each senior to ensure that they have exactly what they need to finish strong. The Project 10 initiative is a critical team at each school, and it's comprised of many different roles led by the school's administration. with the district's support and guidance. The team is large, and that's on purpose. The more people that are in the room, it's more likely that someone will know what's going on with the student that's discussed and can make the connection to re-engage a student if that student has become disengaged with school. And we get very granular in those conversations. In these weekly meetings, we review each student. We go line by line, and we make sure that there is an aligned action coupled with a committed adult. And that can be anything from signing that student up for a test prep session before the next ACT or SAT that they need in order to get concordance for graduation, or it can be calling home because that student's been absent for multiple days and finding out why, or checking to see why they might be failing a class that they need for graduation, and what's happening within that classroom. Why are we not completing assignments, and what do you need to get finished? These relationships result in wraparound services that can ensure that the whole child is cared for. It also looks like our partnership with Acceleration Academy if that student needs an alternative pathway. But Project 10 is a prescriptive approach. It's identifying whatever that barrier is that might be in the way for graduation for that child, formulating a strategic urgent plan to ensure a solution is identified and that steps are taken and followed up on. And it happens right away. We look at all seniors in Project 10 because even top performers can become unmotivated at times in the final year, so this approach helps us to keep an eye on everyone. And it's about what they need and who they need to get there. This work represents a series of relentless, strategic, and urgent steps, and it's the critical contributions of our school's success that get us to that finish line to ensure that more students are graduating each year. Thank you, Mrs. O'Day. I think that is it for me.
Okay, and we'll take questions at this time.
And I'll just wrap us up. I'll just say that, as you can see, we're aggressively monitoring the data, the PM data. We've got some robust action plans throughout elementary, middle, and high. I know that was a lot of information. I saw you vigorously taking notes over there. So we'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation, and it's a lot. So I was writing down questions and comments, so it might jump around a little bit, so bear with me, but I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so strategically focused in all my years when I was in education before I retired. And that is not to put down anything else. It's just, every year you learn more. But I like the fact that we're getting back to a lot of the basics, which is phonics, starting in the elementary level, because we all know phonics is the key. So my first question was, but that was answered, where we were with the third grade reading with how many students were below level. So it looks like 32%. So I know, based on the information that was shared, that you're working on that and the strategies, but we are at a disadvantage because of the 10 days, but it sounds like you all are addressing it. So my question with all that, with the students with learning disabilities and 504, how are those students being addressed based on their IEP or their 504 plan? So we're really working on those students with their disabilities to bring them on grade level, which is, it's hard because they wouldn't be on a 504 or have an IEP if they weren't having difficulty. And where are we with our dyslexia training and application?
So
That's a lot.
Yeah, no. So K through 12, those students are general education students first, right? Unless we are on access points, that is a different set of standards and an approach. But the majority of our students are in an inclusion setting, are general education students. That falls right into the normal push plan planning and action planning and data analysis that we do. But again, when I said the areas, each school had different areas that they were working on. So when we look at students, we don't only look at what grade, what content, but are they ESE? What is the disability? Are they ELL? What level of ELL student? Do they have a 504? For what? And all of that falls into our push plans because we have to design schedules and approaches that can meet the needs of as many students as possible. And sometimes we look at our ESC students specifically. It can't be that they're meeting with their VE teacher, Miss Minelli, and their gen ed teacher, Miss O'Day, and then the reading coach, Dr. Green, and then the interventionist, Mr. Johnson. We look at all of those touch points and make sure that they're cohesive and strategic in nature. So we do address that. We factor in the IEP goals, making sure that we're in alignment to that. And sometimes we have to address IEP goals. You know, maybe what it was and what it needs to be needs to change. So we are proactive in reaching out to parents and making those changes. And, you know, getting agreements with parents when we're adding services that we think are going to be more beneficial, or even taking some away. Because sometimes an over support is going to undermine what a student can actually do. So the gen ed teacher and the ESC team and the resource staff are in these meetings together, are in the data dives together, and they're streamlining those approaches for those that do have multiple approaches already in front of them. You know, less is more sometimes, so we try to untangle that a little bit. Did that help answer the question? What did I miss?
Well, it's not that you're missing. I just want to, for my own, but
Yeah.
also for the public to know that we are,
Yeah.
you guys are addressing those individual needs.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I get a lot of questions about the dyslexia, being a former learning disabled teacher. And so where are we? Because I know when I've been at the elementary schools, I talk to teachers and I ask them, you know, are you getting everything you need? What do you need? And the number one thing that all of them say is, well, yes, but they need time for training. And I know that's a big issue because that's part of the bargaining. But that's what they have said to me, that they have the materials, but they need the time for training.
Agreed. And, you know, one of the things that I think hurt the training plan was our first professional day was canceled because of the storm, and particularly K through 2 teachers were being trained on UFly, which is our systematic reading program that addresses all aspects of foundational skills and grade level skills. That didn't happen until our next professional day, which was in January. However, there was still deployment of teams where schools wanted that training before January, and they had cohorts of teachers that wanted to do it.
Yeah,
so we did push in and do that. We had sub coverage. We had a lot of different opportunities that we did. But again, it goes back to your point. You know, we don't mandate anyone to do anything. There are certain things at the state level we have to mandate, but when it comes to an instructional approach or a curriculum program, we do need to work with the coalition of the willing. So the professional learning is there. If there's an issue with time, then that would be something that we'd encourage them to reach out to our chiefs and our curriculum directors so we can work with those principals to adjust. Because again, a lot of our principals are taking advantage of the deployment versus a sit and get on a Saturday or after school. It's happening in like rolling planning sessions. So they can get to everyone that's teaching that within the school day. And if it needs more time than a planning session, we do the sub coverage. So there's a lot of ways that that's happening. As far as dyslexia goes, that is a certain certification that's very rigorous, just like micro-credentialing for reading endorsement.
Right.
And we did have pathways that were in the DRIP grant and the SORT grant that we have offered over the past 3 years. In our upcoming proposal with one of our foundations, I'm not going to say it now because if that proposal goes through and lands, there's money built in there to offer dyslexia certification to anyone who wants it. In addition to revamping our Strauss literacy grant, we're incorporating that back into that program as well. So there'll be resources and funding for that, but again, that's something people have to want to do, and it is more like a college course, and it does
Right.
take time to acquire. We do have a large amount of district staff that are trained in dyslexia, specifically on the elementary team. I want to say, do you know specifically how many? I know Rachel Chappell is, Allison Johnson. 7, which is amazing. And so we're going to continue to enhance that proficiency as well. But the key with dyslexia is that we're teaching a systematic reading program aligned to the science of reading with fidelity. That's how you transform those reading issues in dyslexic students,
Correct.
which we are doing.
Well, I'm just impressed how far you've been able to come in the last 2 years, so thank you for that. are you still using what we called them when I was still working, the focus calendars? Or is that now like your WIN roadmap? Is that, or they kind of the same, or they go together?
They go together. So you're thinking of like a pacing guide or a curriculum framework that sits on top of, let's say, Benchmark Advance is our literacy curriculum in elementary. Then they have a curriculum guide that allows us to identify where we can compact and accelerate maybe a unit, or we need to spend more time somewhere, in addition to providing supplemental resources that we feel would make that day-to-day instruction stronger. The WIN roadmap is an additional resource to incorporate responsive instruction. So when we are training them on those data layer 1, 2, and 3 protocols, we call them, that WIN roadmap sits next to them to say, okay, this is the plan, this is what the pacing guide says, but this is what the data said my kid needs. So then I dive into the WIN roadmap and I plan those additional supports that drive through that small group and that carved out 40-minute time that the elementary team has put into place. And the reason why we had to go carved out time in elementary, it's not set up like courses. You don't go to your intensive reading class, right, based on your data. You are in a class with 18 to 22 children, and there's 18 to 22 needs, and so that 40 minutes allows teachers to utilize everyone on the grade level or resource staff at that time to push and support to give acceleration and remediation. What I will say, one thing that our schools in some areas had to really get used to was that I'm sending my kids to Miss Minnelli, and Miss Minnelli's sending to me, and I'm trusting you, Miss Minnelli, to get the job done the way that I would have, because I'm taking your kids, because maybe I'm going to accelerate and you're going to remediate. That is the right way to do things. Now, it's in different places, in different schools, because you have to really trust each other to do that. And when we break down those 4 walls, we start getting there, but everyone's in different places, and we're working on it. Did you want to add anything, Ms. Minnelli, to that?
No, I think that you said it well. It complements those focus calendars, and really, it's in regardless of what unit they're in of instruction. It's that outside block of time that allows for that responsive instruction to happen to support the results of what they saw from that tier 1 time.
Well, years and years and years ago, that was the model, and then it changed, and because that leads, that's a lot for a classroom teacher to address the kids that are above and need that push, and the kids that are below. So doing what you're saying and also changing classes, that's a very smart way to utilize time, because there's only so much time that kids have in the classroom. So thank you for explaining that. So what is the feedback that you get from teachers and administrators with this intense focus instructional plan?
Well, some of the coined terms have been a micromanagement type approach. I'm just going to be honest with you, but it really isn't. It's been a restructuring of maximizing time and resources. And it's funneling things into the most impactful place. So there's a synergy across all elementary schools. There's a synergy across all middle and all high. But when that synergy hasn't existed, and it's really been more about a classroom to classroom approach without that uniformity for a school system and district to work in this stance where we're all working on the same thing at the same time to advance performance, using research best practices and training and funneling towards that, that has been a change. But it wasn't a change in an attempt to micromanage. It was a change in an attempt to advance and elevate performance and support. And so the majority of our schools and staff understand that. And then, sometimes when I've been doing things a certain way, it's a little harder to shift over, but we're shifting and we're getting there. And then we're also taking feedback, because there are great things that schools want to continue to do or want to fold in, and those things are still supported and embraced. But there's, I like to use the analogy, if you go to an eye doctor, they're not going to use a scalpel during surgery, right? They're going to be using the most advanced laser technology that can be, provided. When you go to a lawyer, you want someone always leaning into best practice. So we, or under the leadership of Superintendent Connor, we don't lean into things that are not best practice anymore. And some of that stuff is good but not great, and we're going after always being great. So we have to lay some things down to continue to advance, because every other provider we experience, we're going to the best dentist, the best lawyer, the best eye doctor. We want to have the very best education system as well, and it forces us into higher quality practices, new approaches, and training. And I think any kind of change is always hard. As long as we have the expectations with the support, that's key, and that's what the team does. Program specialists are in schools, chiefs are in schools, curriculum directors are in schools. Forget what I need. I'm calling them. They're like, I got to call you back. I'm in there. Okay, second fiddle. But that's okay because the schools are first. So I do believe we have very high expectations, but I think it's coupled with very intense support given the resources that we have.
Well, I'm glad you have high expectations, and I'm so thankful that you're here because these students don't get a second chance. So it is so critical to have the best of the best. Did you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to just expound a little bit on that because there has been some mischaracterization, or at least the feeling, right? The perception of, wow, there's a lot of micromanagement going on. And there's two things that I want to make sure that all of our teachers, our staff, our administrators know. We talk a lot about what's loose and what's tight, right? The what we teach, very tight. Everyone teaches standards. We have specific curriculum that we follow. How we teach that is loose. There's an art and a science to this work, and we want to make sure that we're empowering teachers in the art of teaching and allow them to creatively express themselves and to flourish in the art of teaching. Whereas the science of teaching, we do have frameworks. We do have statute that we follow in terms of minimum required instruction, things like that, where we're saying, listen, we're going to be tight. We're going to have guardrails around these things, but then we're going to be loose and allow teachers to do what they love to do. So it's a balance. So we don't want to take creativity away from teachers, the love of teaching and all of those things, but we also have to realize that we can't go off the rails and just teach our favorite thing for 6 to 8 weeks when we've got curriculum and standards that have to be taught within a very short period of time. And so that's, I think, the balance that the district team and our schools are learning, and it's becoming a nice dance and an approach as we get there.
Well, thank you for that, because I think that creativity that a teacher brings to the classroom, you don't ever want to lose that, because that's what students remember. They'll remember instruction, but they remember their teacher and how creative and how they delivered and all the other fun things that they get to do while they're learning it. So I'm almost done.
And
So,
one more thing, Miss Minelli wanted to share just leader feedback. I kind of touched upon global teacher feedback, and then she wanted to just share our leaders' response to this work.
So it kind of piggybacks on what Mr. Connor shared well, that the structures piece is what we focus so much in on with our leaders, because again, they're there with their teams, we're there through them, right? And it's just a trickle-down effect. So the structures that we're providing, the front-loaded support, as well as the training, and then the flooding of support from our program specialists. We do survey our principals monthly. We make sure to get feedback from them consistently, and the feedback that we are receiving is positive. They're feeling like, yes, it's tight, and yes, that whole science of teaching component does come with many restrictions, but the structures help to be able to lift some of that work and leave room for the love of the teaching. So that has been positive.
Well, and it takes about 3 years for something to really take place. So we're in year 2. So I think it's great. And I think, Dr. Johnson, what you explained about middle school, I think you hit it right on the nail. It is kind of like the no man's land. So what you're doing, I think, is commendable, what the teachers are doing. But I think when you target that instruction in elementary, then you won't, and focus what those kids need, they won't be so far behind in middle school. The students that are with Sarasota County's traditional schools will be ahead. We don't have any control over who transfers in, but I think so that I'm really pleased with. And high school, I can say when I observed the Read 180, I was really surprised, because the old Read 80 was like, it was pretty boring and not as, but the kids were all engaged, and that tells you something. In the way the teachers were doing the small group instruction, it's like in elementary. You bring them up to the table, and she's asked, they'll give that the easiest answer, but she makes them dig in, the questioning, and the students that were working individually, they were all on task. They were reading, and you could see that they were answering the questions. So I think that was a a good thing to see for kids, how engaged they were for being behind in their reading. And I can't wait to get the end of the year results on the Project 10. So I want to commend you and our teachers, because I know it's a lot and it's a change, but when you see these results, so I can't wait to see like the end of next year how things will be. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler.
I have more comments than I have a couple questions, but just if I may ask the chair or the superintendent, I know, and these are important questions, and I don't want to gloss over. This was a wonderful presentation. This is more a matter of logistics. I know I believe we have people waiting online. Do we, or no? Is it do we not have a Zoom? Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So never mind. I'm going to proceed with my questions and comments then. And a lot were wrapped up previously. I think what was said, and Dr. Johnson, I think you really highlighted this, is just recognizing where we were and where we're coming from. There's a real moving out of a reactive approach and very much into a proactive approach, which is so necessary. I mean, I have time written on my notes and scrabble here, a multitude of aspects, because I think all of us as adults, and certainly when we think of our students, they don't get that time back, and we only have so many hours in a day, and we're really trying to ramp up. And the work that was done last year was absolutely tremendous, and obviously we're seeing that continued. I have to applaud the superintendent and the team for looking at the goals, seeing where you guys achieved it, and then going back and not accepting that, but continuing to push harder. That is not something you see very often, particularly, unfortunately, and this is a broader statement in a lot of times in education. And I think the comments today about, we're not going to take excuses. We can actually assess and understand why, and then recalibrate our position moving forward. And it gives me goosebumps. I am so incredibly impressed. And I really appreciate the fact that listen, we're here and we have work to do, but because, and some of my comments / maybe questions really do blend well into the human capital component, because really I look at sustainability. I mean, there is, again, time is limited. Burnout can be real. We are very blessed to have a lot of resources, but we'd always like to have more so we can support the staff, whether it be with additional human capital or additional finance, whatever that looks like, because we're training up so many people while they're still having to continue to drive the cart and do the important work to have these kinds of outcomes. So probably my broader question, and I could get the other ones I have answered on a one-on-one with Terry, superintendent, is what are we looking out in we were year 2, and then we have 3, 4, and 5 ahead, because even when we look at the prescriptive components, each layer that you all demonstrated so well, there are areas of opportunity, whether it be more professional development, et cetera. We have new systems. I know that played a huge role this year in particular. And we all know that change is the constant in education. And so how we can look ahead and plan from our standpoint, resources from 100,000 foot above, what does that look like year 3, year 4? Because I love where we're going, but there is a reality to just that sustainability. So what does that look like? I think that might be more of a question for you.
Yeah, I think globally, obviously, it does. Human capital is a big piece of it. If we don't have a high-quality teacher in front of a student, none of the programs we talked about today matter.
Right.
And so it's continuing to invest in high-quality educators. How are we recruiting? How are we going about with interns and inviting people? That's why we've expanded our affiliation agreements. I don't want to steal her thunder today, because that's part of what she's got going on.
I did look ahead. I was like, I don't want to ask too many questions so you can go, but I did. It blends. So
it is. It's about human capital and making sure that we're investing time and resources so that first, retention too. We don't want to train them up and they go and leave us. So we're exploring a lot. I haven't brought a lot of conversations because there are a lot of just ideas right now, but I've been in conversations with even some of our partners over at SCTA about, do we look at maybe early release days and building that, because time is a valuable. We need teacher in front of some of these professional learning opportunities. So, those are some of the big things that I think is, how do we overcome some of the barriers, time. Obviously, funding is always an issue. How do we make sure that we're competing with other school districts, cost of living, all of those things to make sure that we have the best here. So that's really where I think the bread and butter is, barring any changes with standards,
right,
assessments, and all the things. The work is not difficult in what you have to do. It's actually implementing it and having the consistency to do it, right? Like, we know the recipe, we've got all the ingredients, but making sure you're consistent and staying on top of that is difficult, because the implementation piece is the hard part.
Yes. Well, no, so I'm glad to hear that that is definitely while you're looking ahead, because so much of this, like I said, I believe there's a real ramp up that would needed to be done. And I'm glad you highlighted the micromanagement, because let's talk, like, put it out on the table. It's not that it's lost on anyone, but there's a reality of the work that absolutely needed to be done. And I hope that resonates and transcends out to all of our staff that are working their tails off, that they're very passionate about it. And a lot is being asked of them. And, but it's for in the best of goodwill and the best purpose of truly why they're here. So I commend you guys. I know we're a little bit over on time, but I think I got the general question answered, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I think it's a great snapshot of where we are right now, mid-year. I have a sort of specific question. I know some schools were using ESSER funds in the past to hold grade level planning days. And they were using those funds to hire subs to do that. Personally, at my children's elementary school, the PTO stepped in this year and hired those subs so that they could continue to do those grade level planning. But I think that sort of planning is so incredibly valuable. We see that in the data, and I was wondering if we had a plan as a district to be able to reinstate those grade level planning sessions.
So great question. And absolutely, when the ESSER cliff happened and we knew those Jumpstart funds would be taken away, we already were thinking, how do we circumvent that? And what we ended up doing this year is we had roll forward dollars from our entitlement grants. We have Title I, II, III, and IV. Obviously, Title I is only for our Title I schools eligible. Title II and Title IV can, and actually III, Title II is for professional learning based curriculum writing, planning type experiences. Title III has to be focused on English language learners, and Title IV has to be focused on creating a holistic environment for students, so more on that culture and PBIS behavior. But we are fund rating all of that, and we allowed our schools, starting with our Title I schools or schools that don't have the funding sources of community support like a PTA. So we have schools that don't have those accounts, and then we have schools that have very healthy accounts. So we know what's in their internal account and what they could be prioritizing, maybe not always wanting to prioritize that, but could prioritize that, and then we know who doesn't. And we went through a proposal process where they submitted to the level chiefs what they wanted to do, who they wanted to do it with, so we can give them feedback, making sure there are really tight plans that were focused on student outcomes. We ran that with Christy D'Souza and the team, and we allocated all of our roll forward dollars to those schools to implement either planning, tutoring, or work for teachers and students to connect. Moving forward, because those roll forward dollars are now spent, Title I funds, which are coming up, we are projecting another reduction there. Working with our foundations to support some of those critical needs. We have a hefty proposal on the table with one of our foundations with over $1 million ask, which goes back to Ms. Ziegler's point of making sure we have professional learning opportunities that are high quality, but not just the opportunity to go to, how do I compensate you for your time, right? That's usually not in the formula in our budget, but it's absolutely a motivator and it's absolutely deserved. So that is bundled into a very big ask, looking at our data, thinking about the different groups of teachers, but then also that additional project time at schools. Because if our foundations can pick up some of that, that frees up additional entitlement funds that we can support specific school needs like extended planning. So we feel good about our partnership proposals, then alleviating some of our entitlement funds to then go into specific school projects such as covering planning and sub days. But if a school needs it, for example, when the chiefs are going through their mid-year meeting, they're just coming back and saying, we need this much money for this many subs at this school. The superintendent and our CFO are then allocating those funds. But we do have schools like Lakeview that have the money. So we kind of make them think about their budgets first, and then if we need to step in, we do. But it's got to be approved as a worthy ask.
Yeah.
So the money is there. It depends on where we get it from, depending on the school that's asking.
Okay, I think grade level planning is incredibly important
Yes.
to moving those scores forward.
Absolutely.
So thank you for considering that. The other thing that I kept highlighting as I was preparing for this week, were the 8th grade scores. And so I was like starting to sweat a little bit going through the graphs, like, oh God, highlighting 8th grade. And then I got to the page that said Project 8, and I was like, oh, thank you. So I'm really excited about that specific targeted plan for our middle school students, because they are just as important as all our other students. And then really, they make so much growth from 6th grade to 8th grade. It's almost like having an infant to a toddler. I mean, those are ages where you can see huge development, and I think are a great opportunity. And truly, it's not just Sarasota. It's a statewide phenomenon that we see here in Florida. If you look at our national scores, the NAEP scores, we have very high scores in reading and math in 4th grade, and they drop precipitously in 8th grade. So I would love to see Sarasota be the leader in Florida in making progress there for that group of students from 4th grade to 8th grade and beyond, of course. So then the other little thing that, of course, because I'm a parent, this came to mind for me is, how are we communicating all this wonderful data and all these interventions with our families so that they can be on board and know where they need to help their students and target? Because and I know this is something that has to be bargained. Poor Mr. Connor has heard me talk about it before. But I think parent-teacher conferences, if they're done right and with efficacy, they can be a powerful tool for getting families to the table. And I know that we don't have a district-wide sort of policy, or we don't have a district-wide day for teachers to be able to do that. We did used to, I believe, but we do not anymore. And so I would love to see more of that, perhaps, or a thought about how we could make that happen. That's it.
Absolutely. We have had the conversation around that. I think it's a great request. Does the team just want to quickly talk about, too, the approach we're using with Parent University and how using some of the data pieces that we individualize for parents that signed up, and that could be another avenue on top of what's been suggested here? You want to talk just real briefly about?
Yeah, so our Parent University right now, the first one was our Literacy for All Parent University. We did have a session at Sarasota High School and Northport High School. The Northport one wasn't as well attended. We had just come off all the hurricanes. We pushed it back because of that, but we did still have parents in attendance, and that was an opportunity for them to understand the reports that they get on their students, because that's a whole nother level of college master's degree type stuff. When we look at what our K through 2 students get versus our 3 through 5 versus our 6 through 8 and then our 9 through 12. So we were able to walk them through their data reports, tell them what they meant, and then if that was the kind of student that they had in their home, what were the resources and supports that they could be providing in the home, and what were we doing to back that up in school. So that was that initiative for Literacy for All. And as we look into this spring session, some of the feedback hasn't been quite about the academics. It's really about how do I ensure that how my students are interacting with the internet and social media, as where a lot of our challenges brew, especially in the intermediate grades, where I'm secretly being bullied, or I'm secretly engaging in discussions and experiences that my parents would not be happy with, but nobody knows, because those platforms, I mean, every day there's a new one. When one goes away, one comes into play. There's secret accounts. I mean, you need a master's degree for that as a parent. So we are looking in contracting services outside of us, because even as leaders within a school district, that's beyond our purview of depth of understanding. And that's one of the sessions we're going to bring forward, where we would have a whole group really understanding how to parent through that. But then we're going to squeeze in those academic pieces secretively, and funnel our parents through a really good learning experience. So that is a part of Parent University, giving that high level with depth support that you wouldn't even get in a parent conference. Educating families on the big ticket items that make a difference in parenting and supporting their kids through school. But then moving into that parent conference piece, there is discussion and really trying to look at the time we do have, although it may not be allocated, that we can do some bargaining within our schools with our SDMT teams and saying, listen, I know it's not there, but parents are the child's first teacher, and how do we really make that a part of this system? Because overall, it just helps us, right, when we're working in partnership. So that's not lost upon us. Even if it's not bargained, we still have to look at what we can do with the time we have, even if it's a few schools at a time. Coalition of the Willing.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I think as a parent, even though I know my teachers always say at the beginning of the year, just call me, I'm happy to talk to you anytime, you feel terrible asking them to take time out of their planning because, Jay's really having trouble simplifying fractions, and so I do think that parent-teacher conferences are something that I'd love to see come back in some form here in Sarasota. So thank you.
Sure.
Just because we're on it, the parent university, do we do those virtually? Like, are only in person? I know Jamal's going to hate me when I say this. Can we do it where it's in person and virtual at the same time?
I mean,
Just a thought. You don't have to answer now. I'll just put it out there. Think about it.
I'm not saying no to that because, I mean, we are in the 21st century and we could have virtual breakout rooms. There's a lot of ways it can be done, and we would definitely have to do a lot of coordination on the back end, but we have the resources to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and you make a great point. People are busy, and I can put my kid over here at home, and I can tune in, and that may be a better opportunity for most than we think. So I think that's a great suggestion.
In general,
Yeah.
it's not, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, parent-teacher conference is very traumatic for me as a youth. I got in trouble a lot, but I do think they're valuable. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I want to just start by saying that the system of follow-up, the programs that you have compiled, and the way you stay on top of everything, I cannot express enough how impressive that is, because I've seen programs come and go, and you're really grabbing a hold of this situation and systematizing it and allowing for best practices to occur and sharing those best practices, and as what was already stated, it's not reactive, it's turning into proactive. I also need to say how hard that is, because things have changed in this district so very much every 2 years that you're doubly stressed with capturing the wild, wild west, and the feedback that you're getting about micromanagement is in reaction to that. People have had to figure things out on their own, do their own system, try to figure out how to deal with their students. And so when I'm talking to teachers and they bring up micromanagement, I always say, we have to all work together through this process, because you've been left alone or changed has happened so frequently. So I can't commend that enough, and how hard it is to face that head on and deal with it head on. And I'm grateful that you brought up the micromanagement conversation. One other thing that I want to talk about from my personal perspective. I think we are proactive in elementary. We understand what third grade means. We are doing everything that we possibly can. And we know the challenges of young adults in high school. We understand what there's a whole other world of. So to me, middle school is the make or break. If we're not giving 3 billion% in middle school, I've seen ninth grade classrooms in Sarasota County that frighten me. How did that happen, that they got this far and there were not interventions, there were not extra programming that you're all doing? How did that happen? So to me, the fact that middle school is getting that kind of focus and having that kind of conversation, because by the time they're in ninth grade, their habits are harder to break. All of those types of things are an enormous challenge. So I want to say in this bigger world that you presented, it's rock solid, and I'm so very impressed. I need to give this one piece of feedback that I hope gets taken with a grain of salt, but is seriously integrated. I hear about curriculum and academics and all of the systems and the procedures. But my personal feeling is we have huge behavior issues with these students. Huge. I know Mrs. Green talked about wraparound services, and I know which I also love, that you have this one-on-one meeting with a principal and you're talking about the overall culture I think that's powerful. Again, I just want you to see those details weren't lost on me. But the behavior that you're trying to work through with all of these programs is, and I know, Mrs. O'Day, you and I talked about this in a workshop, probably when the first PM numbers came out. I said, do you have student services in the room while you're talking about this? Because they need to hear what your challenges are academically, and I believe they can offer solutions on how they can be more utilized in behavioral work while you're dealing with these. And the other part, which I've said this before, Mrs. Green and I had this conversation when we got through the student discipline plan. No, don't just notify a parent. Get that parent in here and get them bought into the process. And that's where we have parents that are engaged. At least 25% we have absentee parents that we can't get a hold of, or their own personal interactions with school systems when they were students were so pejorative that you can't give them enough money to come back in and talk to somebody in the school district. So that's what I'm really trying to say, is that as we're having all of these academic conversations, I think we need to really express to the public how challenging this is for our students. You touched on social media. I'm sure that's going to come up in the cell phone conversations. All of those things that you guys are really all of what you've done is almost with one arm tied behind your back because of all of the things that I'm saying are in part of the practice. So I would like to hear at some point how, not today, because I know we're running out of time, how all of that is coming together. And there is also foundational money and philanthropy money and nonprofit work that can come in and support that and all of those efforts. So that's my overall observation. Didn't mean to get preachy, but we need to see how all of that comes together at once.
Thank you. To follow up on that, I think that as I've heard from a lot of teachers and some of the principals, administrators, just about the amount of stress that they're under and the differences that I know from anytime you have leadership changes, that change is hard on everyone, but it gets easier as it gets longer within the system. So since we're only on year 2, as I said, just at the end of the day, we understand it, we get it. It's change. Change is hard. Being at the sheriff's office, I've had 6, 7 different sheriffs in 25 years, and every time there was a different take, and we had to adjust to where it was for the best interest of, ultimately, we all are for the same thing, which is the kids. Because a kid who can't read, it's not successful. There's a million things that I think that we're all on there, and then you throw in, we want you to be able to either have a career, you want to go into the military, have a trade, all the things. I know that has been talked at the board, is it makes it difficult, but we are making a lot of strides. If you look at the 92.5% graduation rate, we look at Sarasota High had their highest graduation rate they've ever had last year. No cap to get your cap, which I brought up before, which I thought is a pretty interesting program, and it's successful. But at the end of the day, thanks for all of the structures. Obviously, you pointed out, one of the things I could say is that I'm glad it's just as we had spoke to, it's just not, oh, hey, everything is great. Look at all of this. We're doing such a great job. To be able to show that, hey, we noticed this, there's deficiencies here, we have the actions in order to take place in order to get us back to where do we need to be. I think that is huge because you usually don't see those things. Usually it's, hey, I just want to paint a picture as, all is well, all is well, all is well. And I do like the PTO conferences. I think that is something that I could tell you for my children go through here, that would have been something that would have been awesome to be able to help them, because as a parent, your kid comes home from school, you ask them, hey, what'd you do today? Nothing.
Nothing.
Did you learn anything? No. and it would be great for the PTO to be able to come in there to be able to do that, because the schools that have the highest amount of parental support, you also see that they also tend to test out and they tend to do better. And I think that is something that we definitely can strive on. And the last thing I'll say is, especially in professional learning, I think that is huge. And I know that Mr. Connor we've talked about doing those half days before. We talked about early release days. We've talked about, any way that one thing that alleviates stress and anxiety is to be able to have information and to be able to do it. So it would be great to be able to try to get those days and put them in there so that we can all understand. I also understand the part to parents is now it's a daycare, it's a babysitting, it's a finding out what to do with those kids on the more time you have off. So I think it's a fine line, but I appreciate that you have the foresight to see all of those things and you have some processes in place in order to do it. I mean, hats off to you. I know that's a lot of work. So with that, if we can go ahead on to the next, Mr. Connor.
All right, thank you. As we make a transition here, I'll set us up for the next one. We, in recognition, we thought this would be a good time to share and showcase the work of our African American History Task Force. As it is February and it is Black History Month, we thought that would be an appropriate time to talk about the great work that this team has initiated and is engaged in, and really share the purpose and the goals of the task force and how that aligns to the Commissioner of Education's Florida African American History Task Force, and how we are projected to move or progress towards making exemplary status as designated by the Florida Department of Education in response to African American history. So we have our team here. I'm going to pass it back over to Ms. O'Day, and we'll get started.
All right, so as Mr. Superintendent Connor said, this is our first ever African American History Task Force. It was established in the summer of 2024, so this is very exciting. When we look at our agenda this morning, the goal for our agenda is, one, who is on our task force and what are we doing? What is the purpose of our district local task force? In addition to learning more about our state Commissioner of Education's African American History Task Force, because they are the guiding compass for the work we're doing locally with our task force. So it's important to know both of those. You're going to learn about what we already do in regards to African American history instruction, what we've been working on since the launch of the African American History Task Force, and where we want to go over the next 6 to 12 months. So looking at our task force members, obviously myself, I'm on the task force. We have our 3 curriculum directors here who you will be hearing from. We also have Dr. Harriet Moore, who is the Director of Strategic Engagement, and also our 3 program specialists for social studies, which are sitting behind me in the audience, that make up the workforce of the task force. Then we have our esteemed community members. These community members, we did allow for people to reach out and apply to be a part of this task force, and then we evaluated what their respective roles were in the community or within the school district, and how we can identify community members that would make up a strong, diverse task force. So we look at Katrina Ward. She is a retired teacher. What better more than to have teachers on our task force, especially those that are retired and have a little bit more time to invest in this. Then we have Trevor Harvey. He's the president of the NAACP. We have Dr. Michael Weddle. He's an executive committee member of the NAACP. We have Edna Sherrill. She's a current Sarasota County teacher. And Nadia Moore, who's also a current Sarasota County teacher, which we love because when we're talking about what we actually do, having those teachers in the room to share what we actually do, and then also bring into play what more we can do. It's really nice to have the implementers in the room. We did invite Edwina Oliver. She's retired, and she, sometimes, when we're retired, we're doing other things, and maybe we don't want them, come all the time. But Edwina is, at a phone call away and is a member, and we do reach out when we need her to be a part of that work. We have Carol Hall. She's an ASALA member. We have David Wilkins, and he is the first VP of ASALA. And then we have Sebastian Gerstel, and he's a senior at Riverview at this time, a student representative. And then we have a new honorary member. She just joined us in our last meeting, and what a delight, Lois Wilkins. She is the president of Friends of Betty Jean Johnson Library, and she's also a part of the African American Cultural Resource Center. We loved having her with us last time. So she has now been invited to engage in this work. And again, just the passion and the energy of our community members is awesome, knowledgeable and connected, and really just wanting to drive this work and support us in getting where we would like to go as a district. So when we look at the Commissioner's Task Force, again, I said that's our guiding compass. There is a task force at the state level focused on similar things that we are doing here locally. And overall, when we look at the Commissioner's mission, it's really focused on ensuring that they are the guiding compass for local task forces that are popping up in our school districts, but then also the guiding compass for African American history instruction in all K-12 schools in the state of Florida. We are modeling our work after the Commissioner's Task Force, and you can see they're anchored in 4 goals. And when we look at the goals on this screen, those goals are focused on promoting awareness, understanding, and cohesion in the development of resources and training so that there is high quality instructional practices and delivery in place as it pertains to the African American history standards that the state has lined out for our core content, as well as required instruction standards, which we're going to talk about the difference of core content standards and required instruction standards and how they work together, because there are 2 parts to this initiative with African American history. And the 5th goal is a goal that you heard Mr. Connor kind of mention, that there's a path. The Commissioner's Task Force has created a pathway for those that want task force in their district to have a path to exemplary status. There is a rubric with 6 components that we'd have to work through over the next few months to years, however long as it may take us, to then be evaluated to see if we can reach exemplary status. There are currently 11 districts in the state of Florida that have task force that have reached the exemplary status. We would like to be the 12th, and that is what we're working on with our community members. I had mentioned a rubric that again is broken down into 6 subsections, and we're going to go through those parts. What do those mean, and how do we utilize this rubric to support the task force and then also our district in achieving that status? So our pathway, when we look at our task force, this task force has 2 functions. We have the district staff, which really are the creators and the implementers of whatever plans we come up with aligned to those 6 subcomponents within the rubric. The community members that make up the task force are the advisement and the guiders. They're not creating curriculum guides. They're taking a look at the curriculum guides we're creating and giving us advice and guidance, suggestions, supplemental reading tools, primary and secondary source documents, even expanding on what field experiences we could provide. So what we have done is the first meeting, we talked about what do we already do and what do we want to do to enhance and advance that work. We got agreements on what those steps would look like, and we assigned those roles and responsibilities to district staff and our task force. The next meeting we came in, which was, I wouldn't say about 2 months maybe later, maybe 3. Yeah, about 2 months. And our program specialists and our curriculum directors, which you already know, 85% in schools, and we only have 1 social studies staff member per level, so 3 program specialists and our curriculum directors, revamped our curriculum guides and our pacing guides, focus guides, they're called a lot of things, to address all of the feedback, to think about better ways to provide support so teachers were delivering high quality instruction. Our last meeting, we reviewed kind of the finality of that document. That meeting was a few weeks ago, but then we talked about the work that we were going to continue to do together to continue to advance that tool. Curriculum guides are always fluid. We're always adding to them, and there are parts of that we're still building with collaboration with the task force, which I'm going to talk about as we move through the presentation. Our 4 goals are the same 4 goals as the Commissioner's Task Force, with the 5th goal being focused on that exemplary status pathway for our African American History Task Force, which really means that the quality of the instruction we're providing in our schools is at the very top level when it comes to African American history standards. So looking at the criteria, you'll notice that criteria number 1, we have 2 check marks there already, because that's something that was in existence prior to Superintendent Connor, myself, and some of the team in place, and even some board members, where we recognize that there's African American history standards and required instruction, and we have been implementing that instruction with fidelity, and we do have to submit and sign off that we are doing that every single year. So that is something that has been happening. And that, to be honest with you, is the basics, right, of required instruction. So when we move into what the things that we're actually actively working on, when you look at criteria 2, and we've mentioned this in the academic presentation, professional learning, right? If you don't understand the content, you're not going to be able to adequately deliver it. And when we talk about things that are content, science, math, histories, and social studies, that's very content heavy. You don't have teachers in our K through 8 system that typically have a master's degree in some type of world history or government, right? But we're still teaching things that have to have historical accuracy, and the content has to be right. That's where our state standards come into play to guide us. But then when it turns into a lesson that's delivered, how do we support to make sure that we have that content knowledge? That's what that structured professional learning is referring to. And at this time, there is not structured professional learning offered on these content standards at this time, but that is something that we're going to be working into our future professional learning sessions in partnership with the university, which I'll speak about when we get to criteria number 5. When we look at criteria 3 and 4, criteria 3 is where we have spent since we started in the summer. That's where we have been really focusing on the curriculum guides that we have. Because again, content heavy content, people refer to our curriculum guides, our supplemental resources, and anything that we're pointing for them to utilize in lesson delivery. They'll internalize maybe a multimedia video, a resource that they need to read and teach on in alignment to a standard, but that framework has been completely redone. And it aligns to our core content standards because those are sprinkled throughout any social studies course, K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12, which you're going to hear about where all of that exists. And then we have required instruction standards. So we needed to show everybody where do those exist over the continuum of the school year and make matches for them as far as lesson progression. Again, the supplemental resources are huge when we talk about these content standards, which means it's more than just whatever's in the textbook for core instruction. I'm talking primary source documents, secondary, period pieces, things that are from that time, in addition to other literacy connections. So our team has worked very, very hard to make a standalone curriculum guide for African American history instruction, which we have today, which is great. Our task force was giving us feedback on that, and sometimes with some of the feedback, that feedback may have aged us out, where we're talking more college level courses than what we cover in the K-12 system. So there was some learning there to get on the same page about that, in addition to the suggestion of some resources that we are in the process of vetting. When you talk about a book, we have to read the whole book, right? We have to really think through if that's going to work or not work. And typically when we're talking about standards, we're not reading a book cover to cover per se within a course. There's pieces of different books that we're reading and texts that we're working through. So we have to work through that. And sometimes when we get external resources, it's the age appropriateness that actually pushes it out. And we teach the team what is that K-12 stance and what kind of depth do we go into in this content. So we've had a lot of healthy discussions around that. In addition, where we're really working to enhance these guides, where there is a gap that we're still working through, is the field experiences. Many of you are familiar with SRQ Explorer, which we're in the process of revamping and relaunching, but I want you to think of field experiences aligned to African American history that are local, that meet the demand of the standard, that really bring that learning to life. The task force, that is our immediate next step. The task force had amazing ideas the last time we were together, and I had mentioned one of our honorary members, Lois Wilkes, coming in, and all the ideas that she had, and it was such a delight, and they're ready. They're like, okay, well, in a way, they're like, you guys move too slow. We're like, but we're moving as fast as we can. And, slow and right is better than fast and wrong, as Dr. Kemp says all the time. So, we've had to temper some of that with, you realize we just have this amazing curriculum guide, and we know we're getting there, I promise. But we had to have the guide before we can do field experiences and professional learning. Like, what do we need to then train on and expand upon? So it's been a lot of fun, and they're high energy, and they're ready to go, and they push us every day to keep it moving and move faster. So we're trying, but we appreciate that feedback. And right now, that next step is really building out field experiences that teachers can take advantage of regarding this content. When we go into criteria 5, we've already identified a university partner that is a part of it, that we have to have a university partner that can help us with multitude of things regarding enhancing this instruction and this experience. So we have tagged in with USF, and the first thing we're going to partner on is that structured professional learning. Again, experts at a higher level on content and looking at the courses that we have within our course code that are the most complex. That's where you want to start, okay? Sometimes when you look in the elementary grades and we talk about notable figures, okay? Well, that's not as complex as some things that have happened at different periods in our lifespan that we need to accurately depict, explain, and teach on. So we're looking at those complex courses to partner with USF and provide those teachers with pathways for really understanding that work. That's the partnership so far with USF, so you can see we have some checks there already. And then when we look at criteria 6, it's expanding on professional learning, but more in the community. And that's going to be a heavy responsibility that we bestow on our task force that are community members, because we're doing the school community, which is still in connection with our external community. So what do we do? What do they do? And how does that make sense together? So those are some of the things we would work on in criteria number 6. So anywhere there's not a check, those are the things that we are starting to make a plan for, because we got our curriculum guides, which is heavily criteria 3. We want to enhance those curriculum guides with field experiences, and we want to start moving into planning that professional learning and continuing to expand our work through all criteria as a part of the rubric. So I'm going to hand it off to our curriculum directors at this time, starting with Dr. Anderson, who is our high school curriculum director, and they're going to share what we do at each level already, because I think it's important to note what we already do, but then what are we trying to expand and do more of?
Great, thank you, Mrs. O'Day, and good morning. So I will take on I was like, good morning, good afternoon, it's still good morning. When we talk about our courses and our standards and the way we plan our instruction, it's really important to understand that there is a delineation between state standards for courses and then required instruction standards. And so we have coursework that all of the kids go through, pre-K through 12, but we do have required instruction standards that are driven by state statute that cover a wide variety of topics. And the image that you see is just a list of the required topics that are in state statute. We today are focusing on African American history, but as a part of our regular ongoing year-long instructional practices, all of these topics are embedded in our coursework throughout the year, and we report to the state to make sure that we are in compliance statutorily with what we're doing in terms of required instruction. And so this is the state statute 1003.42, and it's just an overview. You have a handout for that. I'm not going to read it to you because reading state statutes in a public meeting isn't the most fun thing to do, but please read it at your leisure. And that's where we get the foundation of our work. Here's a synopsis of that piece of the House Bill 7, which updated the African American history standards in 2022. It amended the Florida Statute 1003.42, where we want to develop an understanding of the ramifications of prejudice, racism, and stereotyping, examine what it means to be a responsible and respectful person, and celebrate inspirational stories of African Americans in our community and our country. So the African American history standards have been developed and written, and they are structured in the 3 primary grade bands, K to 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12. And they follow a progression that is age and developmentally appropriate for students and their critical thinking skill development and their exposure to understanding and the knowledge built in. The African American history standards live inside of the larger social studies standards that the state has developed. And so what you see in front of you is a breakdown graphic of how we read standards. And so the subject is that first category. Then you have your grade level band, which is important to the age appropriateness and developmental appropriateness for students. And then what the strand is. For our strands, it's the AA represents the African American history standards. In the curriculum guide that we have, you will see a cross-reference for American history, world history, economics, and government, where in other courses, the African American history standards cross-reference and align to core instruction built inside the standards of that class. So what's the difference between core curriculum standards and required instruction standards? The core curriculum standards are the guiding standards from the state that we build our instructional pacing guides on, that we vet our curriculum resources around. They're what help pace out our instructional guides, I said it, but our teaching and our learning plan. They are the foundation of the state assessments that are administered every year. And so it's what we use primarily to guide the everyday work of all teachers K through 12. So the second grade math standards guide second grade math, sixth grade world history guides that, 11th grade U.S. history, such and such. So that's the core curriculum standards that we all abide by, that we're bound to do through our 180 days of instruction. The required instruction standards then are layered on top of that. And there are areas and topics that we have determined are necessary to create our well-developed student and citizen. And so we embed that inside these core curriculum standards and find those alignments. So we are not asking them to do something completely above and beyond what is embedded in their core standards, but it's finding the way in which they overlap and embed with each other so that they are being, doing more than one thing at a time. That's the way you maximize your efficiency. You're doing more than one thing at a time. And teachers who've been teaching for a long time know that's all day, every day. So we are, that's the difference between our core standards and our required instructional standards. And at this time, we're going to go through what this looks like in our K to 12 grade band range. And I'm going to turn it over to our elementary curriculum director, Dr. Rachel Chappell, and she will address those.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. So in Florida, there we go. In Florida, the social studies strands for kindergarten through 5th grade really focus on developing foundational knowledge in the skills of American history, geography, economics, civics, and government. And these strands are outlined in the Florida Standards for Social Studies to align with age-appropriate learning goals for each grade. Each grade emphasizes specific themes while integrating the 4 strands that are designed to build those foundational skills for critical thinking, historical inquiry, and understanding the world, all of which help prepare our K-5 students for more complex social studies concepts in middle school and high school. Both our ELA curriculum, which we call Benchmark Advance, and our social studies core curriculum, Gallopade, provide those structured opportunities to integrate the social studies strands into a teacher's daily instruction. Benchmark Advance incorporates diverse literary texts that build content knowledge and literacy skills, while Gallopade offers a really rich, standards-aligned content that deepens a student's understanding of those key historical figures, events, and civic concepts. So together, these curriculum resources support a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach that allows us to reinforce historical themes through reading, writing, critical thinking, and discussion. Florida's African American history standards aim to integrate African American history into that broader curriculum to provide students with a well-rounded understanding of the contributions, the struggles, and the experiences of African Americans throughout history. These standards align with Florida's African American history instructional mandate that Dr. Anderson was mentioning before around the required instruction, which does require that we teach the African American history standards in a comprehensive and age-appropriate way. So just a couple of examples of those developmentally appropriate lessons that are tied to the African American experience. For instance, in kindergarten, they focus on celebrating diversity, understanding fairness, and learning about notable African Americans. Jumping to grade 2, for instance, they understand the importance of community leaders and heroes from African American history. And then in grade 4, connecting African American contributions to the larger context of Florida's history. So I mentioned interdisciplinary learning, and I want to just kind of reiterate the challenging work that this is for teachers. It's not an easy job. However, it is very important and effective because it allows students to make the necessary connections they need to across grades, across subject areas, and it really deepens their understanding and is highly engaging. So when we're teaching social studies and African American history standards in K-5, we really want to try to integrate literacy, science, the arts, so that we can enhance their comprehension, their critical thinking. And it's really this kind of learning, this interdisciplinary learning, that is what makes the information and the concepts stick for students. It's, I already mentioned, very engaging. It helps to deepen their understanding. Anytime we get the opportunity to strengthen their literacy skills, we want to leverage that opportunity and give them an opportunity to think critically and problem solve. So to further explain and promote this multidisciplinary approach, students being engaged in a really well-planned set of lessons would have the opportunity to simultaneously work across multiple subject areas. So in social studies, for instance, they might learn about the key figures of historical events that shaped the nation, while in literacy instruction, they're incorporating that African American literature, poetry, or narrative into their reading and writing activities. So that is at the same time enhancing their comprehension. Arts and music lessons, for instance, will highlight the contributions of those African American artists and musicians. So those types of approaches and lessons are challenging to create, but also really important to the deepening understanding of students and their African American history standards. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our new director of middle school curriculum, which we're grateful to have join our team, Kara Bryant.
Thank you, Dr. Chappell. Good afternoon, everyone. On the screen, you will see the progression of our middle school courses that students take. When they start in 6th grade, they take world history. During this course, they learn about figures in ancient civilization and the impacts that those figures have had on our world. They also learn about the importance of geography in the African continent, and also the natural resources that are found there and the role that religion played in developing the land in Africa. As they transition to 7th grade, students take U.S. history. One of the topics that they learn within this course is the Civil War, but throughout the school year, teachers embed conversations regarding African Americans and the expansion of the United States and how they helped shape the political structures that we have in American history. Teachers also highlight influential figures such as Abraham Lincoln, Harriet Tubman, Thaddeus Stevens, and Frederick Douglass. Students in 8th grade transition to civics, and here's where we have a big focus on our U.S. government and how African Americans have helped the political structures and helped change policies within our government. They learn about some Supreme Court cases that have happened over time and how those have resulted in the expansion of rights. You'll notice that this progression helps ensure that our students have a comprehensive understanding of the social studies standards, while teachers are also embedding the African American standards in that required instruction to focus on the contributions and experiences of African Americans as it relates to our standards. Our next slide highlights 2 example lessons that teachers can access. These are just 2 samples of many sample activities that they have on our Schoology platform for middle school. You will notice, as Dr. Chappell mentioned earlier, these have an interdisciplinary piece and the importance of that, as well as high engagement strategies. And this helps for students to make meaningful connections and deepen their understanding and have really high learning experiences in regards to those African American standards. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Dr. Anderson.
So fair warning, I was a high school history teacher, so this information is near and dear to my heart, and it was embedded all the way through before I moved into leadership. So the 9 through 12 course and content standards and connections. So Sarasota County High Schools, the social studies progression is all geared around graduation requirements, because when students hit 9th grade, the coursework that they pursue is all geared toward getting them across the stage, and there are required social studies classes that they must take in order to graduate. And so that starts with world history. It moves on to U.S. history, which begins with Reconstruction, and so it's picking up right after the Civil War, because Reconstruction is the period right after the Civil War, and so that's timeline appropriate. And then government and economics. We additionally offer African American history as an elective on 3 of our comprehensive high school campuses that students take as driven by their request when they do their course request at this time of year, actually. So we are able to provide elective options based upon student demand for coursework. So through these classes, we see that there is a progression of content and access to the African American history standards. Through the instructional examples that you have up here, the conversation around the triangular trade network is something that takes place both in world history and economics as a part of a system of learning for students. And we have them look at primary sources, shipping manifests, bills of lading, any other documentation, maps of the regions at the time that helps them learn about the impact of that action in the United States development. We also can do historical analysis to engage in critical thinking skills, having students compare and contrast different time periods of the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement we know in the 20th century was not the first civil rights movement in American history, but being able to do this facilitation of analysis is a way to embed the African American history standards inside our U.S. history and our government courses. And what you see here is an example unit plan and standard alignment that is used out of our teacher toolkit that our teachers have access to help as part of their pacing guide. And this includes the standards for U.S. history, but also includes the standards for African American history. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we were clear on when we began this task force is that the teaching of history in our schools is embedded with and imbued with African American history, because it's impossible to teach American history without teaching African American history. So what you see highlighted are terms and concepts in the first unit of American history that are directly aligned with African American history standards. So when I talk about layering and being able to teach more than one group of standards at a time, this is what I'm referencing in particular and what we provide to our teachers. At this time, we're going to talk about our English language arts text connections, because as the African American history standards are embedded in the social studies standards as a content strand, one of the tasks of our work is to provide cross-curricular connections. And so this is where English language arts jumps on board, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Chappell.
Thank you. So book lists are created to focus on quality over quantity, and we're really fortunate in the state of Florida that the Department of Education has developed a sample book list for us to support the implementation of our best standards, our social studies standards, our ELA standards, the whole umbrella of standards that span K-12. And these are curated lists that provide educators with high quality, age appropriate text aligned to the standards, and they promote this interdisciplinary learning that I mentioned before. The sample book list includes a variety of genres and topics such as classic literature, folk tales, poetry, historical narratives, which can be integrated into social studies and African American history lessons, as Dr. Anderson just mentioned. So here you'll see just a sampling of the Florida Best Sample Book Lists. This shows you some kindergarten to second grade samples, and they showcase some strong writing while also building background knowledge into other subject areas. And by incorporating these books into a teacher's daily instruction and lesson planning, students can develop critical vocabulary skills that support their success across many academic subjects. So over this slide and the next slide, I'll show you some 3 through 5 examples. You'll see, again, high quality, age appropriate, which is really important, standards aligned, rigorous texts that are from influential authors, and they ensure that our students get the opportunity to engage with really rich literary tradition. It's not an exhaustive list. It's certainly not it's just a small collection, but it does provide a really strong starting point for our educators when they're trying to plan for and select meaningful texts. They are organized by grade level for us, and they help guide and support our understanding of complexity choices. The state also provides us with a sample book list for 6 through 8, and you will notice here that we have an approved and vetted list of resources which our teachers can pull from. This list highlights age-appropriate progression from the elementary list, and the text
increases in complexity. You'll note that there are many titles on here of this high quality list that are authored by notable African Americans over a span of time. Using these texts, our students have the opportunity to extend their knowledge of African American history standards.
And as we move into high school, we see a wider range of resources that are available to students because between 9th and 12th grade, their text complexity, the academic rigor, and the multi-text analysis becomes an integral part of their learning pathway. And so with these quality resources that the state has identified, they include primary sources, secondary sources, works of literature that can be used both in social studies and in English language arts to provide that interdisciplinary analysis and understanding of the works. And we really try to look at this as a way to blend that cross-curricular alignment so that students can access these vetted resources through their high school education throughout the courses.
So I had shared earlier in the presentation, we are on the path for exemplary status following that very rigorous rubric broken into 6 subcomponents that we've broken down into criteria. We spent most of our time over the past several months in criteria number 3, recreating, reconstructing, and elevating our curriculum guides, which is the foundation of that delivery of required instruction and core content standards together as it pertains to African American history. I want now the team to share what is that, because you heard a lot about what do we already do, what already exists outside of what we've created and what we're working on. So I'm going to pass it back, and they're going to share with you how they came to develop this, what changes they made, and what teachers will have to utilize to implement.
So as I mentioned earlier, we have our core content standards that the state provides. They have the required instruction that we embed in that. Then we have our instructional resources. So the state has standards, they create courses. We then have to adopt instructional resources that are our core resources. So the textbooks that we will be adopting this year for science are part of those core resources attached to the standards the state has created. In addition to those core resources, we also have approved supplemental resources that are vetted, that are also aligned to standards, that we purchase, that we develop, that we are linked to what teachers have access to as a part of their instructional toolbox. And so when we went about looking at this curriculum guide, we took not only the state standards and the required instruction and the core resources, but we really investigated high quality, age appropriate supplemental resources that were aligned to the tools that we have already in our system for our teachers to be able to use. So these are primary sources. These are videos that are about about the history that could be considered a secondary resource. We also are building in these field experiences and bringing in guest speakers. And so when we look at the curriculum guide, which you should have with you, which looks like this document here, which I believe was shared with you. This is where we have, as a team, through elementary, middle, and high school, aligned the African American history standards by the grade band it's specific to what they're learning throughout their yearly progression in the courses that they're already in. And we have also, and I say we, but really I need to say the program specialists did amazing work. Anthony, Stella, and Beth, they really took this task on with great heart and great dedication, and they went through and they have hyperlinked. So if you had this access to this document digitally, these are hyperlinked resources that connect to the instructional materials and resources that we have in our district that have been vetted and approved. So that is a place for teachers to have ease of access, because we wanted to take the burden of search off of them and give them something that they could then access, internalize, and deliver to the students that would be appropriate to the standards and their level of instruction.
The other piece that was folded into that was quality versus quantity. So you heard them refer to the best book list. It's not exhaustive for a reason, because sometimes we get too far away from the core content and the alignment, and all the work that goes into vetting a text from complexity level to age appropriateness is really important when you align it to the rigor of the standard as well. So they've done that to really focus on what is the best versus what is the all, because the all, when you get overwhelmed, you don't know how to move forward. So this has really been streamlined to be like a best fit approach to integrating those standards and taking a transdisciplinary approach versus them going into their core standard, going into the required standard. What is my progression? How do I make it all fit? That was done, and that is the new guide that we have in place for African American history standards.
And so when you look at this document, you can see that there are all of the columns filled except for one. And the one that's not filled is the one that we are under development, which is the field experiences, which is where we're partnering with our local community members to help drive what those are aligned to our standards, creating field trips, creating virtual field trips. So that is one of our task force objectives that we'll be working on as we continue. But we did want to have the curriculum resource pieces to be able to put in the hands of the teachers so they can begin implementing and instructing and aligning their work. And I'm now going to turn it back over to Rachel.
Thank you. So we don't have a lot of field experiences, but we do have a few. And there's one particular one for our fourth graders that is coming up that we're really excited about. It's a special project that we're referring to as the Buck O'Neill Project. And we currently have 18 schools participating, about 1,500 fourth graders who will leave that event with an actual copy of their very own copy of The Greatest Thing, a story about Buck O'Neill. So in this virtual event, the author of The Greatest Thing and the schools are going to come together, and the schools will host what looks like an assembly or what we call a watch party, and they're being encouraged to really embrace the baseball theme with decor and popcorn and all the things, baseball caps. And then they will hear from the author and really kind of embrace not only the African American standards specific to fourth grade about your local heroes. Buck O'Neill, I don't know if you know, but he was a figure right here from Sarasota in baseball history whose truly positive attitude inspires many. But what I will say is that this activity, this event would not be possible without our community partners. We are really appreciative of the support of the Community Foundation of Sarasota, of the publisher of the book, The Little Fig, and also Sarasota African American Cultural Coalition. So it wouldn't be possible for us to do this event without them. We would love for you all to join us on the event at any particular school that's participating that you would like to join us at. So we'll make sure that you have all the information, details, and invitation.
Another amazing event that we have taking place this month at our high schools is our partnership with the West Coast Black Theater Troupe and their Jazzlings program. And their Jazzlings program is an educational program that brings that interdisciplinary embedding, oh my goodness, I have words, brings together the arts and social studies and history into an interactive experience where the performers come to the classrooms, they hold presentations and conferences with the teachers and the students about the kind of work behind what they do, the connection to the jazz and the Harlem Renaissance to U.S. history, and what that meant for their experience. This is an ongoing project that we've been doing in this district for close to a decade. That is a really wonderful experience.
And to round out the conversation on field experiences, these are two that are district led, but we have schools that have things that are happening. So we're just talking about what we lead, what we own when it comes to field experiences. And when we build out additional field experiences in SRQ Explorer, that's going to be something we work on with the task force members. Because, for example, Lois Wilkins and her role in the community, she has so many ideas on and she has the standards now in the guide, and she's saying, where in the guide can I create this experience at the cultural center to make sure that kids can come see and learn? How do we bring in the Freedom School? Can we send kids there for a field experience when it's pertaining to work that we're doing in the school? So they left with a lot of ideas, and we're going to be connecting on building that out even further. But as we work through the rest of our rubric, again, criteria number 3, we've pretty much accomplished those brand new guides. We were already there with criteria number 1, so we had to build out 2, 4, 5, and 6, which really is about the structured professional learning within our system, the education within the community. It's also focusing on the external grant funds and partnerships, which we already have some alliances already existing, but then further developing that partnership with USF and ensuring that, again, teachers have what they need so they can deliver that high quality instruction with less constructing and searching and more fluidity and consistency, but then also confidence of that content. And that is where we are today, and we will take questions. Mr. Connor, if anything else that you had?
No, first off, I just want to hats off to everyone. We've got our program specialists here. We've got our curriculum team here. There's a lot of work, as you can see. There's a lot of coordination. Our community partners who have been really big advocates and giving us a lot of feedback and partnership around this. It's a lot of work, and we're excited about the progress we're making and can't wait to bring back to you eventually an exemplary designation for Sarasota County.
Board members, any comments? Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. I want to commend the superintendent. I know that this idea of a task force was brought to you, and you grabbed onto it and turned it into what we just saw today. So, well done. What a great team. Great information. 2 questions. Which schools currently have the elective opportunities, and what does that look like? What does the coursework look like?
Booker High School, Riverview, and Northport currently offer the half-credit elective that students sign up for as a part of their overall scheduling. And it's a history course, and so it includes primary and secondary sources aligned to the standards. I don't know if there's more that you wanted to...
He's saying, so if it's at those 3 schools, why not the other 2?
Oh, sorry, yes. My master scheduling brain will kick in. We master schedules are driven primarily by student need for graduation requirement courses and then student demand for electives. And so if we offer up courses, but if only 5 kids sign up for it, it doesn't equate to a class unit for a period. We want to have a minimum seat count for many of our electives. And so that's just something that is school dependent and student population driven and dependent, and many of our schools that have highly specialized programs kind of set their electives for the students as they move through high school, so it limits some of their other options and availabilities. Like if you're in the MAST program at Sarasota High School, you are pretty much locked in to multiple science classes every year in addition to all of your other graduation requirements, so it limits your ability to have other electives that aren't a graduation requirement course.
Last question. I saw a lot of African American content that is that you've vetted already, that is left to the hands of the teachers to select and how they're going to integrate it into their programming. My question is, how far away, I mean, something to think about from a voucher program, or thinking about folks utilizing vouchers, how far away are we from potentially creating a magnet program of Black history and creating the opportunity for students who would be excited about that kind of direction and then carrying it on through college? If we're already doing that, is there an opportunity to turn it into that kind of opportunity?
So I would say right now, what we use to determine what we're going to put in place as far as an attractor program is really looking at national and local demand. So classical is something we've talked about. We've talked about Montessori. We've talked about dual language. And currently there hasn't been any demand that has been shared with us unsolicited or within the market research for how we select the things that we want to bring into play. And even if you look at local charter schools and what they're doing, they're obviously attacking that next best thing based on that same information. And even looking at the elective choices that kids are selecting, it's not highly selected. Now, some of that is because of the programs that we're in, but it just hasn't been within our purview as a need or a demand. Not that we couldn't explore it and seek feedback to see if that would be of a high interest to implement in our schools, because every community is different. So we can most certainly look into that request more deeply and get back to you. You're welcome.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I think how you've taken this and expanded it and involving the community and having a student from our district be on it. I think it's excellent, and I'm anxious to hear how it moves forward. So I just have two questions. I think it was last school year that Vicki Oldham came and presented to the board, and she has the tour of Newtown and the history. Is that something that has been discussed for a field trip for our students? Because I think that would be very exciting for them to
We
do.
can definitely add that into that field experience conversation. That's what our next session's focused on, is what do we have here that we can do
Yeah.
locally very easily? What kind of funding support that'll come into play with that criteria? If I want to do these field experiences, how do I make this a no-cost experience for our schools? And that's certainly one that's on the table to discuss. But as a team, we are going on the trolley. We were supposed to go the day that it was 40 degrees. And Dr. Moore and I were on the phone. I'm like, listen, are we going to have heat? Everyone wants to know if we're going to have heat. And so we called the trolley. Like, we can't guarantee it be heated. And we're like, oh, no. So we actually had to change the date. And it's going to be, I believe it's March 7th, the first Friday of March, that we're reconvening with better weather, making that a nice, enjoyable experience. And then we're, as a executive team, going to have lunch. We have a local food truck owned by an African-American county member who's going to be there to serve us as well. So it's going to be a great day. We're doing it for our staff, and it's something that we absolutely would explore for our kids. There's many, many opportunities we found out in our last meeting, and we're really excited to bring that learning to life with just the amount of things that we have in this community. That being one really great experience to add.
Because there's such history with our African-American community. So thank you. And then this is just a question that, there's been a lot of misinformation about the whole teaching of the Black history, and some of it is definitely misinformation. Having this task force with Selah and the district, has that helped bridge that gap to see that that it is taught, African American history is taught, and some of those misinformation things have been
Yes, I
squashed?
think the task force was surprised at what already occurs. And so we did that very first meeting, was just explaining that in depth. What do we already do that is expected through core content? What do we already do that's expected through required instruction? And what does it mean to advance that work, which is the goal of the task force? So yes, it was. And there's also learning, there's sometimes ideas and concepts that don't fit into the framework, and we have to talk about why and have some tough conversations about that. But ultimately, the task force is 100% embracing what is already there and making that continue to advance and be prioritized, but then it implemented with fidelity through the ease of the resources, and then bringing that learning to life. So completely leaned into the framework, and again, like I said, they are ready to go, and we're the ones kind of dragging behind sometimes. I'm like, wait, we're coming, and we're going to get there, and I promise. So, but no, it's been a great partnership, and they've been wonderful in working with us and giving us feedback, and then also supporting what we're trying to do. It's an awesome room to be in.
Well, I want to thank Superintendent Connor for initiating that whole task force, because I think there is nothing better than when people from the community and the school district work together to stop the things that aren't true, and they can see what really does happen. So thank you very much.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I want to agree, and I'm glad, Mrs. Marinelli, you brought that up, because I think it is so important. I do want to applaud the superintendent and all of you and all of the members of the task force. There was a previous one that, to be candid, it was a point of contention, and it's unfortunate. I love history. I think it's so exciting. It's my favorite, and there's so much to learn, and I really have to say that in a topic that could be delicate, and so often, the path of least resistance, going away and trying to make it so vanilla, and then we're completely it's to the detriment of our students because they don't get the opportunity to read about this robust history, which is so much can be taken from it. And so I really appreciate that all of you all worked together, and I have no doubt that members of our community, because we do have incredible history in this town, and so many that take such great pride to share that story, that we're working with them instead of creating a divisive point of contention. So I'm so excited to hear that, and I know that would not have happened without all of the leadership. I agree with the aspect of, when I think about our teachers, and especially this being, for lack of a better term, a sensitive topic where it shouldn't have been, just the nature of the nature of the current events. I don't know how else to explain it, but that it really has allowed a lot of everyone to come and lean in to clarify what it is, and I absolutely believe our students will benefit from that in the long run. So I couldn't be more encouraged, and I want to continue to encourage you guys. I mean, I think there are going to be areas that are going to be quote unquote controversial, but more conversation about it is only going to be the way we overcome it than less. So I really do applaud the benchmarks the guardrails in which you guys put in place. But I think Superintendent, you mentioned something about the how you learn what's tight and loose. And I think that you really afforded a great opportunity with this whole, I don't know what to call it, metrics that you have put together, matrix, not metrics. And I'm very excited to see how it expands. So thank you for all of your leadership and time. And I know, again, you guys, coming from the previous thing that you talked about to now, there's a lot of things that you guys are tackling all at one time, and it is not lost on us. So thank you so much for that.
Ms. Parker?
Thanks. I was going to say, I'm not sure how you had time when you did this. Was this at midnight? I mean, I'm really, really grateful for you all. Thank you so much. And as someone who was in the classroom, if I was handed this document with the hyperlinks, I would feel so much more confident and excited to teach African American history. So I think we are going to see that more of that content gets to our students because it's so easily accessible. So I just thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I just want to speak to one of our first meetings with the task force, including community members and district teachers. And I had to realize that not everybody got a history degree like me. But what they expressed from the teachers in elementary were that they don't have the historical context and background. And so that's one of the driving factors in feeling comfortable in being able to instruct students, is that you feel confident in your own knowledge, which has also been a guiding structure in the professional learning and partnership that we're doing with USF, is to help build the teacher's own content and context capacity so that they can be comfortable when they're instructing students and they can handle the controversial topics and know how to mitigate that and how to provide that opportunity for students to engage in their own discourse and thinking, and that comfort level will make it more valuable to everyone's experience.
Well, thank you for everything, and I know that with what we have in this community, and especially with all of you guys and your dedication, that will be the 12th in the exemplary status with the state of Florida. I think that, as I've said before, always lead, never follow. I know with the staff that we have that'll be easily obtainable, so thank you for everything. Superintendent Connor, board, would you take a break, or are we ready to go on?
I'm going to keep going.
All right, why don't we go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:45.
That's what, me too. I was like, I'm sorry, what? I beg your pardon?
Okay, we'll go ahead and call back the work session into order. Superintendent Connor, in reference to the HR update, please.
All right, thank you, sir. Happy to go over our next topic, which is Pillar 3 of our strategic plan. You know, periodically we want to make sure that we are touching base with the school board about our progress related to our strategic plan. And I'm excited today to talk about Pillar 3, which really encompasses a lot of what's happening in our human capital department and division. As you know, we have a new Chief of Human Resources, Chief of Human Capital. We've been using that term more, Ashley Ramadka. She comes with us with 18 years of experience in HR. She was onboarded in July. And since that time, she's been doing a lot of analysis, just really untangling and getting to know the inner workings of the department, and as you know, very complex work. So she's going to share with you a little bit of an update regarding that analysis and what we could be looking forward to into the future in the world of HR.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor and board members. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be at Sarasota County Schools and to share with you a little bit about what I have learned in my almost 7 months here. So I'd like to start. Can you get the PowerPoint, please? Just a moment, please. Okay, great. There we go. Thank you. I'd like to start by talking about our HR alignment to the organization's strategic plan. One of the first things that I reviewed upon coming to the district was our strategic plan. In any organization, it's very important to understand what the organizational objectives are and what our direction is in order to make some of those structured decisions around that. So within our strategic plan, there are 5 pillars, of which HR has a very heavy focus on pillar number 3, which is every employee valued. Within pillar number 3, there are 4 key priorities. 3.1 is recruit, recognize, and retain. 3.2 is foster employee engagement. 3.3 is elevate employee development. And 3.4 is implement innovative staffing practices. Within each of those priorities, the district had already outlined some strategic actions to help support and carry out those priorities. So in my evaluation of the department, this was really important for me to help me understand what we had previously established as needed and necessary within these spaces. So within priority 3.1, recruit, recognize, and retain, there are 17 strategic actions that are already outlined. For priority 3.2, there are 10 outlined strategic actions, but this space really has a lot more actions that we would carry out besides just these 10 that are outlined here, because this one is related to fostering employee engagement. There's a lot of work that can be done in the employee engagement space because that is really critical to the employee experience and ultimately your talent acquisition efforts. They're very closely intertwined. In priority 3.3, we talk about elevating employee development. This also has 17 strategic actions outlined, and these are shared across both the HR department as well as our professional development department, depending upon what the topic is. In priority 3.4, it's implement innovative staffing practices. So priority 3.4 really does also relate to priority 3.1 with regards to recruitment. This priority not only seeks to utilize our current practices, but to really think outside of the box and implement some things that we may not be thinking of and to try to acquire some additional talent in this space. We'll talk a little bit more in a future slide about recruitment marketing and that candidate journey and what that really looks like for us. Beyond looking at the strategic plan and the pillars and the priorities, we also want to look at the functional areas within the Human Resource Department and where we're at within each of those functional areas. There are many functional areas within HR. All of them have their own processes and priorities and procedures, and they're very different than one another. So it's important to evaluate that in alignment with the strategic plan. all ultimately work to really support the greater good of the employee and the employee life cycle, such as benefits, not only acquiring talent and bringing them on board, but employee relations. How are we handling those conversations and communications with our employees? What are we doing in employee engagement to keep those employees connected to our organization? Training and development, our HRIS systems, what are we offering to employees and providing to them to access their own information? Compliance, there's many, many things in employment that you have to deal with in compliance. This is really a key pillar for us. And HR operations, as well as labor relations with our union contracts and agreements. First, I'd like to start and talk about our talent acquisition functional area, and we will actually spend the majority of our time looking at this functional area because it relates to pillars 3.1 and 3.4, and this is where we've absolutely been able to make the most headway in some of our actions in the last in this fiscal year. So within talent acquisition, a lot of times people think of talent acquisition and they think, oh, you've got to go out there, you've got to get the people, you've got to bring them into the organization. But it's not just that. As you guys see on the screen here, there's so many other functions. There's within that talent acquisition space, there's so much depth to that function. So it really needs to, I wanted to give the visual to really articulate what some of these folks are doing in that space. So one of the items on here I want to call your attention to is in the bottom right corner with tools and technology. Our talent acquisition team really looks to utilize those tools and technology with our career site. We're looking at our applicants in the system, following them through that applicant tracking process. Do we have a good applicant tracking process? How are we connecting with those people? And are we helping them and guiding them to other positions? Maybe they didn't get this position, but are they looking at something else in the organization so they're not lost? If you look at the top left, that kind of relates to that tools and technology because it talks about strategic sourcing and looking at that candidate pipeline and managing that candidate pipeline effectively. Just because somebody has applied to a position with us and they're not accepted for that position doesn't mean there's not another position that they may be interested in, because they could apply to a paraprofessional position, for example, at one school, but we have one open somewhere else. So we want to have those conversations and manage that candidate pipeline and direct them to other opportunities so we don't lose the candidates. Strategic sourcing also looks at targeting some of those passive candidates. Those active candidates are the ones who are coming to you and applying. They're filling out that application. But sometimes people aren't quite ready to apply. They need a little bit more information along that candidate journey to make that decision, or it's not the right time for them to apply. So that's a part of strategic sourcing. And looking at the methods with which we touch and interact with candidates and planning how to get those folks in the door. Another item that we look at is talent segmentation on the middle left side of that page. We look at internal mobility, upward mobility within the organization, upskilling some of our own employees to move them into other positions in the organization. And you also look at graduates, new grads from area schools or across the country looking to come to our organization and what roles might they be a fit for. One other item that I want to call your attention to in the bottom left is employer branding. We have so many candidates that are looking at so many different things. You might have a group of people that's looking for full-time employment, some that are looking for part-time employment, or per diem employment, what the world of work calls. For us, that's substitutes, people who just want to work here and there. Each of those groups of individuals has really different needs, different wants, and it's a different target audience for us. So our information that we communicate to those people needs to be different to meet them along wherever their path is on that candidate journey, to give them the information they need and to pull them in to really help them to complete those applications and to convert them just from a passive candidate to an active employee. So I had mentioned that candidate journey, and I have a sample candidate journey here on the screen for you. This is a function of recruitment marketing. The world of work and talent acquisition has significantly changed in the last 20 years, specifically within the last 10, as there has been a lot of digitization and a lot of online platforms, and people are really utilizing those more than they did 20 years ago. Recruitment marketing has really started to emerge as a field, which is what really relates to that employer branding. So the candidate journey is a really key part of this as we move along in that space. The candidate journey is any touch point that the candidate may have that comes in contact with your brand prior to actually clicking apply. So a couple of these that you may see here on the screen are some of those standard things that you think of in that recruitment process. Maybe they hear a referral from a family or friend. Maybe they are familiar because they've gone and applied for a job with us before. Maybe they're interacting with us at a job fair. Some of those standard things. But there are many things that have changed in the world of work, such as social media and networking on those sites. That could be something that we as an organization have posted on our own Sarasota County Schools page, but it could be something that we're tagged in, something that someone shares on their own page that we may not directly be connected with. It could be on our career site. A lot of people review career sites and look at information nowadays before applying for a position. It could be someone in our talent pool or our talent pipeline who we are creating one-on-one conversations and building that depth of connection with. As I mentioned, maybe they didn't get this position over here, but we're talking to them very specific to their needs and wants and desires to provide them other opportunities within the organization. Additionally, there are employment sites such as Indeed and Glassdoor, where you can look at organizational reviews. For a point of reference, on a 5-point scale, we are at a 4.0 for our Glassdoor and Indeed reviews. That's a really good number. It's very, very hard to get those numbers up from a 4.0. When you're at a 4.0, there's not that it takes a lot of people to make a lot of change in those numbers. But a lot of candidates nowadays will look at those sources because any employee or any individual at previous employee can write a review of the organization. And that gives someone a first-hand account. Maybe they don't know someone who works here, but it gives them an account of what somebody experienced here. So that also relates to our employee experience. This is really an opportunity for us in talent acquisition as we start to map out our own candidate journey and what that looks like, where candidates are touching our brand, our employment brand, to look at things through the candidate's lens to really meet them where they're at. So this is an opportunity for us in talent acquisition and one of the next things on our list that we will be working on. Throughput within talent acquisition is always important to measure your data to make sure that there's a return on the investment of your efforts. So this year we've started tracking our job fairs that we here at Sarasota County Schools have put on. We will have a lot more job fairs on this list as we move through this spring season. That's a very heavy recruitment season for us, and our talent acquisition team is actually getting out and going to a lot of those job fairs starting later this week on Friday. So as we look at our throughput here, our average amount of candidates hired from job fair attendees is 30% across the district. The National Association of Colleges and Employers conducted a study on this, and they found that of job fairs across the nation, 25% of job fair attendees were hired into a position. So for us, that's really good news because we're trending above average, above national average for job fair attendance. On this particular chart, I'd like to call your attention to two things. You'll see on there the virtual paraprofessional job fair. We held that in September. This was our first virtual job fair. So we added an online platform this fiscal year to offer virtual events. So we targeted that to paraprofessionals. Our communications department helped us market that, and we had 15 attendees, which we were very excited for because we really weren't sure what to expect with this being our first time. Ultimately, 4 of those candidates were hired as paraprofessionals in the district, so that's very exciting because that's 20% of the job fair attendees were hired from that job fair. We sat down and said, okay, what could we do differently for that next job fair? What were our lessons learned? What's some of the feedback from our candidates? And we held another virtual job fair for all candidates. It wasn't targeted to a specific group of individuals, and we held that last week on January 30th. This time we doubled the amount of attendees, and there were 30 candidates who attended that, so very exciting for us. We did have a little bit of a different structure with this. Initially, we provided a webinar up front where our talent acquisition coordinators shared information on the district, shared information on the application process, and then we engaged in a live question and answer session with those candidates. And after that, we allowed individual chats. The platform has functionality for individual chats to answer any of those individual questions that a person may have had but weren't comfortable asking in the live question and answer session. So we don't have any throughput numbers for those yet because we just had that last week, but we're very excited to track that, because the throughput numbers are something that you will track for quite some time to see when a candidate may become hired on in that process. Interestingly enough, from this virtual job fair, almost all of the attendees were teaching candidates, instructional candidates. So that's very encouraging to us to see that we're hitting another avenue to recruit those candidates that we had not previously utilized in the past. One of the ways that we can support our talent acquisition and the candidate pipeline that we talked about is really with those field experiences. So our talent acquisition team has really put some structure in place to try to support adding more field experiences. So we started measuring this in spring of last year, and we had 54 field experiences here. And as of this spring, we are up to 65. So that's a 20% increase in the number of field experiences that we're doing year over year. This is really important and helpful for us to create that future candidate pipeline as those people become closer to ready for employment opportunities. We also look at our teaching internships as part of that candidate pipeline. So we started measuring this in fall of 23 through spring of 25. So if you compare fall to fall, we had 9 internships in fall of 23 compared to 11 in fall of 24, which is a 22% increase. I know it seems like 2 head count, that doesn't seem like a lot, but 2 more candidates is really helpful as you're moving through that and looking at ways to expand that. We also saw an increase from spring to spring, from 20 to 28, which is actually a 40% increase. If you look at that time frame from fall of 23 to spring of 25, that's an overall increase of 38% of candidates in that final teaching internship. We did add a component to this final teaching internship in partnership with the Barancik Foundation. They are providing pay to those individuals in that final internship, which has really helped us in that process to build that rapport with those students and to keep them committed to that process. Additionally, for these final teaching internships, our district offers a mock interview process with those candidates. We sit down, we prepare them for next steps as they're moving into the world of work, and what does that look like as they're going to prepare for those interviews. We've also set up an internship roundtable with those folks so they can meet with our principals and talk to them about opportunities with the hope that they will eventually apply to a position with the district and, of course, interview and be offered a role. Affiliation agreements. So we have increased our affiliation agreements pretty steadily across the last 3 years. From 2023 to 2025, we've gone from 11 affiliation agreements to 21 affiliation agreements. These are typically schools and universities that reach out to us and ask us to have an affiliation agreement with them. We actually do anticipate seeing more as we get into that spring season and having more affiliation agreements, and this will help us to grow in this space. New instructional hires. So our SCTA contract affords all new instructional hires a mentor for the period of 1 year from that date of hire. Within that last year, from January of 24 to January of 25, there have been a total of 366 mentees. So these are people who are newly hired into teaching at Sarasota County Schools. This could have been a paraprofessional that is moving up to a teaching placement, or it could have been an external candidate that's moving into a teaching role with our district, whether experienced or a brand new grad. This really shows a strong interest in Sarasota County Schools opportunities because that is a significant number of candidates. We are looking to improve ways to onboard our teaching candidates as well as our classified candidates. So that's one area that we will look at in the future under Pillar 3.1. We wanted to highlight for you today some of our talent acquisitions related to Sky Ranch and the new school opening. So we started our new school staffing process on January 6th, where we post 20% of the openings at the new school, and the employees at the 3 impacted schools have the opportunity to submit interest to those. and those individuals are placed based upon seniority into the roles that they submit interest for. From there, we remove to post the remaining 80% of candidates, or to post the remaining 80% of positions, rather, and that occurred on January 15th. So as you see, there were a total of 410 individuals who submitted interest to instructional vacancies at Sky Ranch, and 157 who submitted interest to classified vacancies at Sky Ranch. These are huge, huge numbers, especially knowing that we have a nationwide teaching shortage. So this is really great. Obviously, Sky Ranch can't take all of those teaching candidates or the classified candidates, so our talent acquisition coordinators will really work with those candidates who were not selected to talk to them about other opportunities within the district and see if there's something else that they may be interested in aside from that new school. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see an Indeed sponsored posting. This really also relates to Pillar 3.4. We have not used a lot of what's called sponsored postings in the past. Sponsored postings are different than standard postings. Indeed has, and other aggregated job boards like Glassdoor have an algorithm where they do what's called sweeps. So a couple of times a day, they go out and they search all of these different websites to see who's posted a new job that's available. Those sweep over to those aggregated job boards and they're posted on those job boards. But you tend to fall down a little bit further in the list as time goes on. So a sponsored posting really provides you the benefit. You do have to pay for the posting, but your ad, your job posting, stays higher to the top of job search results. As we all know, we are not clicking to pages 4 and 5 in those job search results. We're looking at what's on page 1, what's on page 2. So it's important for us to not just look at our resources, but to also look at placement within those resources and how we're staying relevant. So we did create a sponsored posting on Indeed for our instructional vacancies at Sky Ranch, and we had 74 candidates. 74 candidates to any job posting is a really big number, so that's very exciting. These 74 candidates are external candidates. They are not people who are currently within the district. So those 74 candidates, when we looked at this last week, 49 had applied to positions in the district. The remaining individuals, we're still talking to them about that application process, if there's anything else they're interested in, to continue to nurture those candidate pipelines. So really good numbers from that posting. We also wanted to talk a little bit about our substitutes. Substitutes are a really important component for us. They're not our full-time employees, but they really provide a lot of support to our staff members here to provide them the ability to take time off if they're feeling ill, if they need to care for a family member, if they have some sort of appointment that they need to attend, or if they're engaging in some sort of professional learning opportunity or any, among other things. So presently, we have 969 active instructional subs in our system and 105 active non-instructional substitutes in our system. In looking at substitute fill rates, these are really high. We have very high substitute fill rates. There was an article on another Florida school district in their fill rates from the 21-22 school year. They have 69,000 students and 60 schools, and at that point in time, their fill rate was 49%. So knowing that we have very high fill rates, last year it was in the 80s pretty consistently, 80% for our instructional fill rate district-wide. And this year, if you see in the orange, you will see our instructional fill rate across the district is really in the 90s. So we've been making a lot of progress, even at those fill rates district-wide. So that's important for us. This is one area that we really look to provide support and continue maintaining those positive relationships with our subs because they are also very important to support the operations of the district. Moving on to Pillar 3.2, it is benefits that supports Pillar 3.2 of our strategic plan. In my analysis of the department, the benefits, one of the things that you see in our benefits area is that we have a very rich benefit package. We offer 4 medical plans that are fully paid for any of our employees, for the employee-only plan to look at. One of the things we've also seen in that benefits space is a rise in health insurance costs over the last couple of years, which we'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide. But we have put a couple of different programs in place to really help with that benefit spend and to help mitigate those costs and still provide a high level of support to our employees. One of the programs, we had the board approved 2 programs at the November board meeting. One was the GLP-1 program for Encircle RX, and the other was the chronic condition management program with Omada. Both actually go live this month. We went through that implementation period following the board approval, so they go live this month. Another program that we've recently started offering to our employees in January was a nutritional counseling program. They have the opportunity to attend webinars or meet with a nutritional counselor to talk about healthy eating habits, healthy foods. She actually even offers, which I thought was very interesting, meal planning for them and opportunities to explain, here's what you can shop for that's a healthy alternative to some of the things that you're working on. So the district has really tried to be creative in this space and drive toward healthier outcomes for our employees to keep them healthy so they're not ultimately having to see an increase in those benefit costs. Beyond that, we've expanded our wellness newsletter and we've included some additional content on making healthy choices, on stress reduction, work-life balance, and highlighted some of our offerings that the district also provides, such as the Calm app, which has some podcasts that people can listen to, some mindfulness meditations in there, and highlighted information on our EAP program, which is a great opportunity for our employees to get 5 free sessions on a variety of resources. Not just counseling, but they may have financial and estate planning. So a lot of options there to really provide structure to that benefit space. That finally brings us to our intent to negotiate. So we've put a lot of programs in place to mitigate those costs. We've looked at what can we do that we haven't done already. So now we have to look at an intent to negotiate. So actually our finance team had looked at the dates for this process, and we look to put that intent to negotiate out later this month and look at what can a benefit broker provide for us, and to kind of give us some structure of maybe things that we haven't thought about or looking at yet. Looking at those medical spend costs, if you look at this chart from 22 to 25, you can see that the district has really had some increases in those costs, going from $59 million to $80 million during that period. Specifically, you see the bulk of that increase in the last 2 years, with a 19.3% increase for 2024 and a 9.7% rate increase for 2025. So those are big numbers, absolutely, compared to prior years where you're looking at 2 and 3% increases, where the plan was, moving relatively consistently. Comparatively, our dental and vision plans have really incurred very minimal changes within that same time period. Some of the items that are causing and driving that increase in spend, not all of the items, but some of them, are our diabetes and weight loss management items. So our GLP-1s are a class of drugs that treat type 2 diabetes and weight loss. Most commonly, people will think of Ozempic, Mounjaro, and Trulicity as some examples of those medications. But we have seen an increase in the spend year over year in the 2022 year, it was a 57% increase, and then a 95% increase in 23, and we're waiting on the final numbers for 2024 to share those with you. So that's pretty significant increases. So some of those programs that we had brought forth and the board approved back in November will really help to try to drive those costs while providing that support to employees, because sometimes it's not just that the employee is going to the doctor when it's too late. Sometimes they just don't know. So the Omada program will help to wrap around pre-diabetes and those with diabetes to provide some counseling, coaching, supports to them. They also provide them with some equipment for free of charge. The Encircle RX program also is the second program that was board approved in November, and that program provides pre-authorization as well as counseling for those people who are authorized to use those GLP-1 drugs. So it provides some structure around who is receiving those medications and when, and some guidelines for what percentages they need to have to meet the requirements for that. Both of these programs begin this month. We went through that implementation period, so employees are going to start to receive some information on those offerings in the week ahead. Moving on to our HRIS system, this impacts pillars 3.1 and 3.3, and you actually will see in the strategic plan that there are quite a few items under 3.1 and 3.3 that relates to the HRIS. So thus far, we've built the core functionality in the Skyward system, our new HRIS, And that data from the core HR module feeds over to our payroll system for them to process payments. We went live in this system on January 6th, and our payroll team processed the first payroll on January 15th. So within the Skyward system, you'll see on the screen here, this is drives a lot more employee self-service. It's a very easy to use system. It's very user-friendly. They not only can access this from a desktop site here in the district, but there's also a mobile app version that they can download and use securely. It logs them into their My SCS portal, and they can access that. Previous employees can also access that too. So if you've separated employment and you really need a copy of your check stub, you can sign in securely, get that copy of your check stub, or in the future, your W-2 forms. You can access all of those on the system. It will be restricted access to those previous employees. But this conversion ultimately will replace our ESD and Winocular systems over time. So this is just the first phase of the rollout and just a sample of what employees see when they log into that system. We are actually in the building phase of the second piece of that rollout, which will include the applicant tracking and leave modules among some of the other modules that we look to implement. And you'll also see some more workflows in the system as we move forward in that phase. We look to have that in place in February or March, depending upon how long those pieces take to build within the system. As part of that implementation of the Skyward system, we really felt that it was important to communicate with our staff members about what is changing, why is it changing, where can you find information. So we created, in partnership with our IT department, a Skyward implementation email account. This allows employees one resource to email with questions about the Skyward system and to ask questions, and for us to provide information to them. So it allows for two-way communication about the implementation itself, about the system, and about the processes. So these are just some examples of some emails that we have sent to employees. Our initial launch video was Setting Sail for Skyward Success, which talked about what are we replacing, what is Skyward, what is this system, what does it do? We've given them information on accessing the Help Center. Once they're in the app and they really don't know where to go, what can you do? What are your resources in the Help Center? How do you navigate that? Employee access, which we just showed you on the last screen in the employee profile. What's new in the implementation site? We share that after break to give everybody a refresh on that site. We've talked about viewing paycheck history, a frequently asked questions document, and we've received quite a bit of positive feedback on that frequently asked questions document, saying, hey, that's actually covering a lot of what I need to know, as well as information on the Skyward mobile app. In addition to that, we created a Skyward implementation site, which I think Keegan is about to click on for me. Thank you. So our Skyward implementation site is actually a SharePoint site that our IT department helped us to build. If you'd scroll down, please. At the top of the site, it provides a welcome message to employees. And then in the middle of the page there, if you'll scroll down a little bit more, thank you so much. You'll see our initial video, the Setting Sail for Skyward Success. And on the left side of the page, you see an instructional guide highlight section. So we rotate instructional guides there to give employees a focus for here's some information to look at now. A little bit further down, you see a library of instructional guides, and then below that, a section with guides that are specific to certain employee groups, such as our payroll preparers and bookkeepers. The intent of this is to really provide them with one resource and one place they can go to get a lot of the information that they need. We scroll down a little bit more. Thank you so much. And then at the bottom, Skyward actually has some videos that they've created on their own that we were able to share with these short learning videos and how to perform functions within the system. These are all 60 seconds or less. So they're intended to be quick resources for our employees to get the information that they need without having to go through a tutorial on the Skyward site, and to be front of mind. If they lose an email, if they've deleted something we've sent, it's all right here compiled into one location. Thank you. Great. Since we've implemented that site, one thing that's really important for us is to make sure that it is a useful tool. So we want to ensure that we're not just putting forth effort because we think it's important and it's helpful, but we want to ensure that we are getting some return on that investment and we're measuring that success of what we're sharing with employees. So as you see on here, we started measuring this in January, although we'd sent content out before that. On January 8th, we looked at our site views to get a baseline. That's coming off of break. So we came back January 6th. Not a lot of people are looking at the Skyward implementation site. They have other things on their mind. At that point in time, we had 576 views. If you go down a couple of rows to January 23rd, you'll see that that dramatically increased to 5,304 views. So employees are interested in the content that's being shared with them, want that communication, want the information that's out there, and they have the desire to be informed. Ultimately, this Skyward implementation site has proven as a stepping stone for us to launch further communications with our employees, and we look to expand and ultimately put an HR intranet site in place in this upcoming year. So we'll move on to employee and labor relations, which supports pillars 3.2 and 3.3 of our strategic plan. Within the labor relations space, since July, we have successfully bargained 2 contracts with our IUPA union and 2 contracts with our SCTA union, respectively spanning 2 and 3 months each. We've also looked at an updated MOU format with our union. Different departments may create MOUs with the union depending upon their needs. So one of the things that was important for us was to bring some consistency to that process and to create one format that we use across departments. And so everybody knows what's going on, and so everybody has the same structure and understands what's expected from that MOU and how to carry that out. We also have started tracking those MOUs. It's important for us to have that information to track those MOUs as we prepare for future negotiation sessions, because some MOUs are specific to one event and not something that you would carry into the body of the next negotiation session into the contract, and some things that would be sunset. So we want to be sure that we are tracking those in a consistent format. So we have started that process as well. For employee relations, thus far this year, we have had 10 new hire orientation sessions, which has covered 546 employees. So just in the last 7 months, we have onboarded that many employees, which is a great number of employees to really bring on board and to try to integrate into our organizational culture here at Sarasota County Schools. We have also this fiscal year implemented a new process for our investigations. Some of the feedback that we heard was investigations take a really long time, and sometimes they do. Sometimes they just are that way by nature, and you find out more and more information that you have to look into to ensure that you're evaluating those complaints with fidelity and thoroughly looking at those. So we streamlined the process, and we created a new process where we ask some questions up front to really get the list of individuals that we need to look at, witnesses that we need to meet with, and that's helped us move through that investigation process a lot faster and expedites those results and concludes those investigations more quickly, but also thoroughly, because we have all the information at the onset. Employee engagement really goes alongside employee relations. So this is one thing that is near and dear to my heart, and absolutely an opportunity that we have to expand upon. This is probably one of the 4 areas within the Every Employee Valued pillar where we have the most opportunity for improvement. So Work Institute completed a retention report that shows the cost to replace an employee is approximately 33% of the employee's annual salary. Those are big expenses for any organization, not just a school district. So this can include things like the time spent posting the position, interviewing for the position, any costs that you have to complete that work in the interim, costs for hiring in that process, time away from your day-to-day work to complete that hiring. So the survey from Work Institute covered 34,000 respondents, and of those 34,000 respondents, the study interestingly found that 75% of the turnover was preventable, which is a big deal for any organization, but especially for a school district. The survey wasn't specific to us, but that's very important for us to look at, because while we might track attrition data, it's important for us to dive a little bit further into that and look at what's a more true key performance indicator, and dive that and split between attrition that is attributable to the employer and attrition that is not attributable to the employer. You are always going to have individuals who retire, individuals who relocate, individuals who have to leave to take care of a sick family member, or who have a health concern themselves. That's not a factor that the organization can control or fix, but there are factors that we can control and fix. So if we start diving into that data a little bit deeper, our own data, we can then look at what are those factors and what programs or supports can we put in place to increase our retention rates for this attrition that is attributable to us? So naturally, higher levels of employee engagement have a direct correlation on attrition and retention. Some of the top reasons for turnover just within the world of work in general are lack of work-life balance, lack of recognition, and sense of connection to the organization. On the screen, Effectory is an organization that specializes in employee engagement surveys. And in a survey that they conducted across a 4-year period from 2018 to 2021, their data showed that disengaged employees were, of course, more likely to look for a job outside of their organization. They don't feel supported there. They don't feel wanted there. They don't feel comfortable there. So they're going to look for something somewhere else. Whereas if you look at the data on there, the percentage of people who were engaged employees were much more likely to stay. So these numbers on here show 87, 85, 87, 84% of those studied in this survey were absolutely certain that they were not going to leave their organization within a forthcoming period of time. So that makes a big impact, and that really helps us to start to look at attrition and retention numbers as part of our total view for our strategic processes related to talent acquisition. If you have fewer people leaving, you shift your focus to retaining those people instead of acquiring the talent, which is what many organizations spend a lot of time and focus on. Okay, moving on to analysis. So one of the key principles for me that as a leader, that I always look at is to be data-driven, brand-led, and relationship-based. So as I was conducting my analysis of the department across the last 7 months, I've really scoped our situation, looked at our issues within the department, evaluated where are we at currently, where can we make some improvements in this space. I've reviewed data that's applicable, the data that we had, and there's plenty of data that we should start to track. I've talked to key stakeholders, whether that's individuals in our department, some of my peers, cabinet members, or looked at survey feedback. We do have some survey feedback that's important for us to look at as we analyze that. We've put some interventions and some changes in place, and we are in the process of monitoring those, and we will continue to do that to make changes and pivot where necessary. So of these 3 principles, with being data-driven, these underscore really all of the efforts that the district puts in place for our employees. With our KPIs and the new Skyward system, we are going to look to see what outputs they can provide for us to really look at creating an HR dashboard with some of those key performance indicators and some of those measures. That way we're able to track that month over month, and we're not being reactive to go out and pull the reports as we think about that, but really to put them into one central location and have that feed over and update for us on a regular basis. So we can see that data more in real time, and it's updated, and we can take action on it more quickly. With being brand led, our HRIS system is really an important piece of our structure for our employees. This provides them a little bit more employee self-service and provides support to our employees to access that information anytime, anywhere. Another thing that we have identified as an opportunity is our HR processes. We've created some structure around some of these processes. We have a new procedural template within the department, so any procedures that we are updating, we're putting into that template. We will ultimately communicate those on our intranet site when that time comes. And onboarding, moving to onboarding. Our onboarding process does have some opportunities to provide to our new hires. Right now, we have our new hire orientation, but we look to expand that to truly an onboarding program. A new hire orientation is just one piece or one segment of what you should have as an onboarding program. So that's an area of opportunity for us, because if employees are effectively onboarded, they're much more likely to remain with your organization, which impacts Pillar 3.2 of that employee experience. Another item that we've looked at is really that benefits cost trends and what efforts can we put in place to support our employees and still balance the fiscal responsibility. Within the talent acquisition space, there are really three key areas: that talent segmentation and looking at breaking out our efforts into different groups. Different groups of employees and candidates need different things, so it's important for us to meet the candidates where they're at, to give them the information that they need to become an employee of the organization. And part of that is recruitment marketing. We also look at developing our candidate pipelines and nurturing those, and the ways in which we can come across those candidates. When we look at being relationship-based, we really found two trends that we could focus on. One is communication, and two is HR operations, with that consistency, that structure, solid processes in that space. With our communications, we've started some of that with piloting that Skyward implementation site, and we will continue that with the HR intranet site in the future. So what's next? What are some key initiatives that we are going to start working on in the immediate future? Key performance indicators. So these will come as the options from Skyward, and we'll make sure that they align to our strategic plan. And we'll create that dashboard that I mentioned to track those on an ongoing basis, so we can more quickly and readily make changes where needed. Onboarding, that relates to Pillar 3.1 and 3.4 of our strategic plan. We'll expand that just beyond that new hire orientation. We'll do things like creating checklists for each role. Every role has different requirements to train, and some of that will have to be done in partnership with the leaders of those areas. Including a section for our mandatory trainings to ensure that those are completed in a timely fashion and not left open-ended. That will also help us to develop that ongoing connection, which we mentioned, with our employees. Next one is the HR intranet site. That really relates to 3.2, access to employee-related content, some of those procedure sheets. And it also provides employee-to-employee connection. So we have a lot of great programs in the district already to award our employees, but we don't have really a great day-to-day method for them to communicate. So the SharePoint site has an app that you can overlay on that called Viva Engage, and employees can make a comment and recognize one another across that platform. So that'll be something, an added layer for us in that engagement space. And then finally, a key initiative that we'll be focusing on in the immediate future will be recruitment marketing. We are partnering with our communications department. They're launching several things, and we're going to work with them on outlining that candidate journey and what target audiences we want to partner with them to connect with as part of that candidate journey and some of their marketing efforts. So thank you for the time. I'm happy to take questions. And Mr. Connor, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I want to thank you for taking time to share your analysis. I know it's been a fast and furious 7 months since you've onboarded, and there's a lot of new that you've come in and inherited, right? You've got new Skyward system, which is in and of itself a tremendous lift, and you came in on the top of that, and you're working very closely with Bonnie and our finance team to make sure that's a success, as well as inheriting a strategic plan with some of those strategic actions already outlined prior to your arrival. So I have had, in transparency, conversation with Ashley about, after you do your analysis, what do we need to change as a result of that? Because there may be some things that we want to abandon from the strategic plan and add based off that analysis. So we're working on that as well.
Ms. Ziegler?
Well, I appreciate that. It was a lot. I mean, HR encompasses so much, and it's something, sadly, I think that this district has unfortunately looked at as more of a compliance function versus a proactive function, kind of the theme of today, I suppose. And so I really appreciate your coming on board with your knowledge or expertise, but really diving in. And then, and Mr. Connor, I was very eager to have this, but there's so much for you to really dig into, to really have a better understanding, have as much visibility as possible to figure out where we are, what needs to be done, and what the future looks like. And so I really appreciate that. I think you did a very good job concisely putting this all out together. A couple pieces I had wanted to talk through is, in particular, as we talk about talent acquisition, and a marketing budget. You talked about sponsored, ads. Essentially, my world is think of it that way. And I know that our communications department I think they're fantastic, and they've done a lot of things to bring us to the modern age, which is so exciting. But and I think from a school district standpoint, I can imagine taxpayers being like, "Oh, why would you pay for marketing dollars?" But when I think of it, when we talk about the first presentation today, and the continuity and sustainability of being able to successfully achieve where we want to go, what we know we can achieve, comes down to the human capital and micro-targeting the places in which we know we can drive from. You gave a great presentation, and I'm sure that's just an overview, a high-level overview of the data. So can you talk to me a little bit? Well, one, do we have, and this is more to the superintendent because I don't want to put anyone in the bad spot. As far as a marketing budget, what does that look like? And I don't have the numbers in front of me or what that, I mean, because every time we take something away from a classroom, right? I completely understand that. In my mind, this is enhancing the classroom with being very strategic, very targeted. And in the world of digital media, you can be incredibly targeting. So what does that look like as far as financially?
No, thank you for the question. I think we're operating on a shoestring budget right now in terms of marketing. But I want to highlight Craig Maniglia and what he's doing in communications. We recently, the board passed a policy to allow us to do some advertisements within some of our publications. We just launched the In Touch Community magazine. We're going to use that as an opportunity to get some advertising, some outside people to advertise within that publication. That's going to bring in dollars, obviously, to support communication marketing, but that's going to help support as well as the recruitment market.
Perfect.
So using that policy and leveraging that in some creative ways to get some outside sources of funding, external sources, versus using what we get in terms of FEFP.
Right. Well, and there's one benefit is the analytics. I mean, you can directly measure the outcome of those dollars spent, and so you can ebb and flow. And to me, that's where, as one board member speaking, I know that my fellow colleagues have also, have highlighted this as well. Finding ways to be really strategic in that front is a well-suited investment that we can track very well. So I applaud you guys. I can't be more excited about that. There are a number of layers involved, and I know you're still you've lifted the hood and you're looking through, but retention, and you talked about KPIs. I think within your space there is a lot of measurable metrics, even though the human component is dynamic, and I don't mean to distract that, but from an aggregate standpoint, I think that it's very encouraging just the way you outlined a lot of the items. The other piece, and I know my colleague, Mr. Edwards, has also mentioned this many, many times, but it was exciting to hear you say, particularly as it came to attrition and talking about exit interviews. I know we've talked about a number of times. We can't. I don't believe we can force them. We love to have them. We offer them, but it's rich with information. And to hear 75%, if I had that down right correctly, could have been preventable. And to your point, the cost incurred to go out and rehire, retrain. I mean, it's significant. Not only institutional knowledge being lost as well. So, what kind of ideas have you guys brainstormed about tackling that in a better way or to improve upon? Do you guys have any ideas, or is that step 2? And I'm again, 7 months is for a huge department and with a huge importance. So I just wanted to, if you don't have an answer to that, I look forward to hearing it. But
we have started having those conversations as to where are we at today. What are we doing well, and what can we put in place? That employee engagement is really a place where we don't have a lot of supports or resources around that today. So there's a lot of opportunities in that space. So we've just begun those discussions to say, what do we need? How can we support this? How can we drive to this space? One will be a survey when that time comes. And we have to talk through what that survey will look like, because our surveys in the past were kind of had a lot of components to them. So how do we get that data out of that? How do we ask the questions that we need to truly drive toward those outcomes?
I think the engagement piece is right. Let's catch them before they're on their way out the door, ideally. And I've said this since the time I've been on this board is, I obviously, many people, myself included, kind of cringe about any kind of investment at the administrative level. But when it comes to HR, in so many buckets, in my mind, it is a very proactive approach. And it's really great to see good leadership at the helm. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to that is a lot of the conversation too around, the industry standard for an HR department of our size of an organization. We really are understaffed. And, the last thing we want to do is add additional headcount, but I really do think as a priority for us as an organization and talking about recruitment and retention that especially in human resources right now, that's a conversation this board needs to have here as we approach staffing into the spring about what to do in this area.
Great.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I I don't even know what to say except that you've taken the HR to a whole new level, and one that has been needed for quite a while. So congratulations and thank you for that. I also just want to thank the Brancic Foundation for giving the dollars to have that they're providing for our the final teaching internship. That really helps a lot, especially if we get to retain them. So I was very impressed with what you and your team had done with the talent acquisition and the social media and the virtual. I think the virtual is going to be key because a lot of the younger generation, that's how they communicate. They're not as in person as my generation was, and some of the others a little bit lower than me. But so I think that's going to be exciting. And the Sky Ranch applications, so the 410 instructional, was that
Internal and external.
Wow.
So, yep, the 410 were people who submitted interest across outside candidates as well as internal candidates, yes.
Wow. Jamie's going to have her, Miss Pam's going to have her hands full with interviews. And then 74 external, that's great, especially if we can retain any of those to fill in other positions. So that's exciting. I know my colleagues, we've all talked about the benefits and the rise in insurance. And I'm one of that. I think it's important that we offer high benefits to be able to attract and retain staff. But are you getting any feedback from our staff on what they think of the benefits that are offered? I mean,
I think that we don't have a lot of data from feedback from staff regarding the benefit packages. We have a very rich benefit package. So typically they're not going to say something to you unless there's a negative and things aren't covered in the benefit plan. But a lot of things are covered because we do have a very comprehensive health insurance benefit plan for our employees.
And that's something Sarasota has always been known for many years of the benefit package. So I'm just real curious if we had anything that, the newer hires that are younger, do they even do they even think about what they have versus what others don't have? So
generally speaking, with right now there are 5 generations in the workforce. To your point, some of the 2 older generations in the workforce, that was critical to their decision making as to what organization they were going to want to work for, and they also stayed with an employer much longer than the 3 younger generations do. Right now, in the world of work, a lot of what you see is the younger generations can remain on their parents' health insurance until they're 26. So they're not as concerned with that benefit package. Not to say that some of them aren't, there absolutely are, but there are many that remain on that. And they're not looking at the benefits as much as they're looking at what is being offered, what's the compensation, and the work-life balance. That's a huge focus for some of the younger generations in the workforce.
Okay, thank you. And keeping track of the MOUs for negotiation, that I don't think that's ever really been done like that. So I'm just so impressed. And then, I mean, the marketing, I agree with Mrs. Ziegler. That's an area we need to invest in because education is a whole new ballgame now, and we have a great organization. And if we're going to compete with everything that's going on with school districts and the whole educational process, we need to be able to market. And leads me to my last thing. So Craig, you and your team on your In Touch, it was excellent. Thank you. And I'm anxious to see how many of the outside people will want to market, because when you look at the schools and you go by and you see all those signs, and what an audience that, with this going out to everybody, if somebody's going to advertise, not going to get much bigger than the school district. So that's great. Thank you. Job well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards, please.
So the first thing I want to say is that you certainly demonstrated your chops. You know what you're talking about. So that's a great hire. Just quickly, these are some quick comments. From a recruitment standpoint, I hear all of what you're doing, all the data, again, all your years of experience and knowledge that you're bringing to the table. But I want to just throw some concepts out that probably you just haven't gotten to based upon what you've said. The military is a huge opportunity for hiring, and I've mentioned it probably 45 times since I've sat up here, and we've not done anything about being proactive about getting to the military and finding who those folks are before they graduate, before they leave service, and to try and develop those relationships. The other thing, too, is we had Dreamers Academy in here at our last workshop, and they do a phenomenal outreach for Hispanic teachers and bilingual staff, which we know is an effort that we're investing in. And once again, I don't know that it's going to be a reactive situation. It's really going to sit down and say, where are these people and what do we have to do to go find them and go get them before somebody else does? Mm-hmm. Because we're all competing for the best talent when it comes to some of those places. The one other place too that I know, again, it's 7 months, so I hear the onboarding program and I hear the mentoring program. This is once again a place that I've said several times that it's so easy to take our existing staff who love being here and turn them into mentors, and have those folks feeling more welcome and not flying without a net. I know we do it well. I just know there's huge opportunity to do it significantly better. The challenge that you're going to have, as we've heard 1,000 times already today, is when are people going to have time to do it? So I hear that. So we have to think about how the school district can be a little bit more creative in after school-ish kind of programming where it's not feeling like it's work, it's really feeling like, hey, we value that you're here and how can I be your mentor? Well, it's not a one-size-fits-all. How can I best work with you? Lastly, well, not lastly, I know Mrs. Ziegler did mention the exit interviews. There is a ton of knowledge that's there. I do it on my own. I'll go to teach. I look at the list and I chase after people I know and try to find out what the information is. I'm not going to go into any of that information today, but it would obviously. And lastly, this is something that I think is a huge opportunity. From the dollars and cents, I think in the training and rehiring place, there's a lot of churn and burn in there that if we just captured some of those existing dollars and redeploy them and then track the redeployment dollars, I think you're going to find that you're not going back to the well as often and that we can actually lower the costs if we do turn things around proactively. Again, your chops spoke loud and clear, so I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But there, for exit interviews, for a lot of data gathering, there's internships, there's colleges around us, there are kids available that I think would love to be able to get their hands on an opportunity of doing some of that work for us, if not as part of their education process. So how do we partner with those schools? How do we partner with those colleges quickly? The Chamber of Commerce probably is a great opportunity to go in and see who some of those interns might be. So I'm well done and welcome to the team. We have long waited for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker.
Of course, I echo all of that. We're thrilled to have you, and I love the access that we have now to the data about our HR and our hiring. I was curious to see where are there still gaps? Where are we still struggling to staff our schools? I know what I hear when I go to schools is that it's very often our paras, and particularly since we reorganized our autism classrooms and spread them out across more elementary schools, what I continue to hear from people is that we're having trouble staffing those para positions. And I was wondering when I was looking at your numbers for the Oak Park paraprofessional job fairs, and I know that last year we had upgraded the contract for our Oak Park paras, and it looks like that's, I mean, looking at the numbers, it looks like that has been successful. And I was wondering if that's something that we need to look out for those AIM classrooms as well, because some of the challenges, well, all of the challenges that those Oak Park paras face are the same challenges that are faced in our AIM classrooms. They're like little mini Oak Parks. So that was just something that struck me. But thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Sigler?
I apologize. There was one question I had, and again, I understand, like we said many times, there's been so much for you to really uncover. So, and you did highlight substitutes. It's a long-term issue. Maybe that's not the right word, but concern of myself, and I know members of this board and previous, and so my question was, are we talking? And is that all substitutes, or is that long-term? And because they're two different designations, so was that all encompassing?
All encompassing, yes.
And then if you were to split that up, and again, I don't know if you have the data in front of you, but splitting that up, because I am curious to see where we are right now currently with long-term subs. I understand nationally there is a hiring challenge when it comes to many industries, and teaching is is not immune to that. And so a lot of the plug and play has been through substitutes and long-term subs. Obviously, I think you don't need to be an educator or anything, but it's clearly noted that the continuity of the caliber, one, having consistency in the classroom, and then obviously quality are both very pivotal. Do we, or is that something, I mean, to me, should be a huge priority. Can you speak to anything that you've seen there that struck you, or some opportunities for improvement?
I don't have the breakdown on the number of long-term subs for us versus the number of just per diem subs, the ones that pick up individual assignments here and there. I can certainly get that data for you. For our substitute pool, one of the things actually this year, we've seen an increase in the number of substitutes that have come on board with us. That's a space where we really have to work to nurture those people, because they're not dependent upon a day-to-day income. They just want to come and they want to fill in as needed. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to work in that sub space to get more structure around those subs. How many are long-term subs? How many have X degree? How many have, because we, in our sub pay grades, we have a different breakdown based upon those who have an associate degree, who have a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and things like that. We've also done a comparison of our sub pay rates to area districts to see what does that look like, and will that make a difference if we look at something like that. So we're just at the beginning of that, succinctly, to look at what can we dive into a little bit further with these subs.
Awesome. And then hinging on what Mrs. Barker said, and again, this is a future conversation, but when looking at the aggregate and we look at just each school, and this is more about staffing and their own, the academic needs, and there was a lot of discussion about that today, about where there were areas needing more resources and bringing them in, and to me, again, all of this combines. But there are certain, whether it be behavioral issues that are more prevalent in one school or not, I mean, all of those play a huge role in who is inside, how you can recruit for those schools. But they play a huge role of where we have so many of those gaps. And that is a massive puzzle piece, I recognize, but something I pray that we are continuously looking at, finding creative ways. I understand the CBA creates some challenges when we're trying to nuance around that, but any way we can think of creativity, I'm all for it, whether it be, I don't know whether, and this is where I think nonprofits, I'm not sure if that's allowable, where they may be able to participate, because I think there's a lot of opportunity. And I'm so excited that you're here. You clearly are ready to drive this train, and I think the leadership around the table in the room today. So that one seems to be a lingering issue. The same schools kind of still struggle with that same issue, and I think sometimes their grades, despite that, they're able to overcome it, but it still poses those challenges. So I look forward to whatever we can do by way of resources to help support you in that as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And I would just say, great presentation. I mean, I know you're going to have a lot more issues coming up in the future just because of implementations. I mean, I can tell you, as going through Winocular myself, when I applied here, I talked to people, and it's the bane of their existence. So I'm glad that that'll be eventually done. The other thing that I would say is you have so many hardworking people over there. The one thing that I know that at some point here with Mr. Connor, I know that we've talked about it. I think everybody's talked about it. Our HR in our area for HR is not very, I don't want to say impressive, but you've got 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound sack over there, and then you're split, you know. When we eventually look at maybe the time in reference to getting a new building, that obviously HR is, you know, you're only as good as the people, and the people want to come and they want to be attracted and they want to come to a professional association. So, I mean, I think at some point that is definitely a talking point, because bringing everybody under one roof so that you'll be able to talk to your people instead of having to walk down the hall to get investigators, to be able to talk to other people, to talk to this, to do that. I mean, continuity of leadership is huge. And I would say that the other thing too is at some point, you know, I know when I graduated from college, everybody is looking for how much money they can make. And I know benefits is a big issue for people, like you said, but it may be something that, you know, gets them in the door, that, you know, salary, and I know we've reviewed that. But anyway, great job. I know you got lots of stuff in the future, and I know probably by August 1st you'll have this all corrected. So thank you. Mr. Connor?
All right, we'll move on to our next topic, which is cell phones. All right, we'll wait for the presentation. There we go. So at our last regularly scheduled board meeting, there was some conversation during public comments about wanting to have discussion around cell phones. And I thought it would be prudent to get some data for us and look at the current landscape around what is happening in other school districts, especially here in Florida, and what some of our stakeholders feel about our current policy, implementation, and what potential adjustments could ensue from there. So I wanted to start with legislative actions that have occurred recently. As of 2023, House Bill 379, which is Technology in K-12 Public Schools, was passed, and it has amended our student code of conduct to a point where a student may not use a wireless communication device during instructional time, except when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes. A teacher shall designate an area for wireless communication devices during instructional time. The bill also included that districts prohibit and prevent students from accessing social media platforms through the use of internet access provided by the school district, and also required instruction on the effects of social media. When we look nationally, there were 8 states that introduced laws restricting cell phone use in schools, obviously Florida being one of them, which I just reiterated in the previous slide. 17 others proposed legislation or recommendations, as you can see on the screen, and Arkansas and Delaware have actually appropriated funding at the state level to use lockable pouches for students to store cell phones during the school day. When you look at our current policy as it stands now, 5.38, elementary students will have devices silenced, put away, and not used at any time during the school day. They will not be asked to use their personal devices for any instructional purpose. At our middle school level, our students have their devices silenced, put away, and not used except under the supervision of a staff member and used for a specific class instruction. And in high school, there's a little more leniency that they will have them put away and silenced except during transitions, lunch periods, and under the supervision of a staff member who is using it for a specific class instruction. At no time can a student have devices blocking their ability to hear instruction. So whether that's, you know, when we think of electronic devices, that includes cell phones, earbuds, smartwatches, devices, any of those things. So we did a comparison of school districts across Florida, and I want to thank Mr. Parento, who is joining us via Zoom here. He's actually in Tallahassee as we start the legislation, which I'll be joining him in the morning, and we'll be meeting with legislators. And this may actually be a topic that we talk about. We'll see. So total number of school districts in Florida that have a bell-to-bell ban, we counted up 20 school districts, and then those who are similar to us in the policy I just explained have exceptions during non-instructional time. Right now in Florida, no school districts that we know of are requiring pouches or lockable devices. And we just wanted to break down in terms of our, you know, we're always looking at rank, right? Top 5 school district rankings and top 10. The top 2 districts in the top 5 have a bell-to-bell, 3 do not, as well as 5 and 5 for the top 10. So, the survey. So we did a survey for a 2-week period, and I'm happy to report that we had great response rate. We did survey students in this process, and those are students from 6th through 12th grade. We asked parents, we asked staff from instructional to non-instructional to administrators, and also just community members in general. Over 8,000 responses came in. Majority obviously came from students. They had a lot to say about that. We had a great participation rate from parents of almost 3,000, over 100 administrators, almost 1,000 instructional staff, over 200 support staff, 60 district staff, and 26 community members. First question right out, softball, do you even bring a cell phone to school? And as you can see, we have a lot of students and staff that bring a cell phone to school. Over 90% was our total in terms of bringing a cell phone to school. And the question then asked, do you think the district policy is about right, too strict, or too loose? You can see from the data there, and it's broken out. If you look at the blue bars there, that's the total. So that does include, that's about 50% of the student population. But then we broke it out by students, parents, staff, and community members so that you could see where each of those constituents lie in their thinking. So obviously you can see students think it's too strict, right? 70%. But if you look overall, what I want to see the trend there, I would say over the majority believe it's about right, according to the survey. How do you feel about student cell phone, how they're managed in school? You can see there is a variety of thoughts around there, from very pleased to very unhappy. I think this was probably the most, there was no lopsidedness here. It was kind of evenly split across all of the selections, maybe a quarter to a third, depending on the constituent group here. So some are pleased, some are not pleased. Should the district revise the policy? Most believe it should be revised. How should it be revised compared? Should it be stricter, somewhat stricter, about the same, somewhat more lenient, or much more lenient? You can see students obviously really want more leniency there, and then it kind of flip-flops on the other side. So community members, staff seem to be more strict. And then if you look right there in the middle, though, I would say the majority are falling in that about the same category. Select the option you feel best aligns with your belief on the use of electronic devices. So you see there's a strong not allowed during the school day for elementary. So we are just breaking out elementary responses here. That aligns to our current policy right now. We do not allow, even for instructional purposes, the use of cell phones during the day. And that I think most of the responses agreed with that current stance. We did ask, if you go back to this slide here, neither. So we said either you don't want them during the school day, you do want to allow it during instructional time, or maybe you just don't agree with either of those. And so we did get some responses from that, and I wanted to just see that. So I took the top 5 trends that we were able to gather from all of those responses. And when you look at it, we had 4,500 responses in just about in each one of these categories. So people really went in and they typed what they thought related. So taking 4,500 responses and aggregating that could be very difficult because everyone has an opinion and they're all different. But we did notice some trends. And so what you're seeing here in terms of the neithers are what are some of the top 5 things that came out of that. So most respondents believe that elementary age should not have cell phones during the day on campus at all, except for medical or emergency reasons. Some comments did favor collecting phones at the start of the day. Now that's very incumbent. That puts an extra strain on staff and teachers to do something like that. Many did feel that emergencies and medical needs were something that needed to be considered for that. And we look at middle school, you can see that the majority fell in the middle, allowed during instructional time with permission, which is currently where we stand as of the policy now. When we looked at the neithers and we gathered the trends of the top 5 themes, You had commenters that said, keep them off and out of sight while teachers are actively teaching, unless the teacher allows it. Hey, a common request was to allow middle schoolers to have them at lunch, permit them during transitions, obviously, again, for medical or special accommodations, and then at the teacher and staff direction, making sure that they had discretion in that process. At high school, we had not allowed, allowed during instruction with permission, allowed during lunch and transitions, or none. And as you can see, the majority, and this is all stakeholder groups, fell within our current policy of allowing high schoolers during lunch and transition. And what I do like about the policy, I'm kind of sharing my opinions, is that as students get older, there is a little bit more responsibility on their end, a little more giving them that responsibility to make some of those decisions during the non-instructional time. We don't want students impacting instruction. So I think the consistency is no cell phones across any grade level during instruction unless allowed by the teacher at the middle and high school levels. Here are a couple of themes that arose from the high school responses. Very similar to what we saw in the others. We did notice a subset that wanted a more comprehensive ban, but then on the same time, we saw others pushing for even more leniency. So very split. This is one of those controversial topics where everyone falls on one side or the other. We did ask about violations, and really the trends that we saw in the results is they wanted a little more leniency compared to what we have outlined in our student code of conduct. So these are the options that were given in the survey. And when you look at where we're at in elementary, option 3, it's a little more heavy-handed than option 1, which was more warnings before confiscation. So when you look at option 1, though, that's where most people fell. They felt that our current consequences were a little too harsh, and they were opting for more leniency in that process. These were some of the suggestions: a desire for strict limits or a complete ban at elementary, quick confiscation once the rules are broken. They did feel that going to a suspension or to teen court was over the top, too extreme. Parents don't want to be overly burdened. So, when we confiscate, parents having to come up and get their phones, those are things that were commented quite often. Minimize the complexity, keep it simple. Confiscate it for the day, contact the parents, maybe having check-in, check-outs, and only escalate those consequences when they're egregiously repeated over time. At the secondary level, so this is for middle and high school, you see these were the options that were given. Option 3 is our current code of conduct in terms of first offense through fourth offense. And most felt, if you look at the data, either they wanted option 1, which was a little more lenient, or option 3, which is where we're currently at. And then a few other suggestions, maybe fewer warnings and earlier confiscation. And these are not ranked by any order. They're just put the top 5, but not necessarily number 1 through 5. Progressive discipline, but not extreme consequences, maybe a check-in, check-out for repeat offenders. And then, again, not having overly excessive steps, just keep it simple. And then there were some different views about parent retrieval. So in summary, basically at elementary level, the majority of respondents, 54%, parents 60%, and staff 72% prefer the current cell phone restrictions, and the majority did feel that option 1, which is the more lenient option over our current consequences, was the preferred selection. At the middle school, the majority prefer the current cell phone restrictions and preferred option 1 as well, which was a little more lenient. And then at the high school, keeping the current cell phone restriction was the majority of the respondents, as well as option 1, which is, again, more lenient than our current student code of conduct on the consequences. So we did a little research on cell phone storage just to provide the board. You have an example on your desk there. This is Yonder. We did meet with them. They offer a magnetic lockable pouch for student storage during the day. This is one option if we went to do something like this. It could be a little bit costly because the typical price for one of these is about $30 per student. You know, if we were to do a 15% buffer average, which is a prudent thing to do, we're looking at about $1.4 million in a purchase like that if we were to do it full scale. That'd be a full implementation. Obviously, in something like that, you would want to pilot it. You'd want to maybe do it at a school, see how it works. We would probably need to contact some school districts that do this work. The rep did say there would be a discount, obviously, for a school district-wide implementation. So we figured that to be about $25 per pouch at about $1 million a year. So that was a little bit of the research we did in terms of that. And I know that was fast and furious. I know we've been here long today, so I'll stop there and hand it over for discussion.
Well, I could say I definitely appreciate the legwork in that, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think, and we had discussed this prior, I think in some of the situations, it really is not to put anybody. At the end of the day, at the instructional people, our teachers and the rest of the instruction program, they do have a lot on their plate, but ultimately, a lot of what this policy is reference to instructional classroom management, reference to effective uses of the cell phone, when they can and when they can't. You know, I was here when we, you know, took cell phones away, or everybody had to put them in shoe racks when they came in, and it was a pretty much, yeah, a nightmare, as Miss Marinelli just said, but a lot of kids used it as an upgrade program. So they had an old iPhone, they want a newer one, they take the newer one, or they end up taking another kid's and they smash it or they put it in the garbage. Then we had faculties that would then take them, they would let lost, and ultimately the district, once you take that in your possession, you're responsible for it. So then we ended up getting the bills for the replacement of a lot of the phones. So my personal opinion is, as much as I know, I think a lot of social media and all of this has to come back to parental education. That starts at the elementary school. It's the same thing that we look in with AI and all the rest of the technology advances. It really comes down to parental education, teaching their kids about what is responsible, having boundaries at the house, being able to look, check on social sites. There are different programs that are out there to allow parents to be able to limit access to their kids on certain search engines. So there are things that are out there in reference to cell phone usage, and I think it, based on the data, my personal opinion is I think it's right. The staff is using it appropriately. I'm not for more leniency. I think that part has to stay the same, as it is. Nothing in elementary, middle is only by teacher, high school is teacher, and in transition. I mean, I think that it's, as our constituencies out there with 8,000 respondents, is pretty much, they like the policy, and actually they think it should be let more lenient, which I would disagree with. But as one board member, I think that the policy, based on the polling, would be where I would stand. Mr. Edwards?
So I was the one who suggested that we take this up, and also I want to again thank Mr. Connor for a very encompassing survey. I think it got to what we were looking for from the community. I think we had a lot of responses. I'm still disappointed that out of 45,000 students that we still didn't get the kind of response. So based upon what I'm seeing, if you look at the correlation of the mental health crisis for students and the introduction of the smartphones, they parallel, 100% parallel. And so we know, based upon data, that smartphones and mental health crisis with children. Now, what's the answer to that, or how is that correlation? I'm going to take it more to the social media aspects that are available to students on smartphones, as opposed to the education opportunities that are available to our students. I took a little more time to read the parent responses because, of course, the students are going to want more leniency. I focused on what parents have to say, and I was not surprised that the thought of not having access to their child during the course of the day, based upon emergencies, is completely understandable. So my two things that are a concern of mine is that the policy that we have right now is not enforced, and it's not enforced consistently, and everything ends up back on the teacher. And at a time when teachers don't have a lot of time and where the burden is still back there on the existing policy, and I'd be looking to have a conversation with the board about what can we do to make sure that it's not 100% on the teachers. And I'm kind of in the opposite direction of leniency. I think it's pretty serious, and just go right to confiscate. You took it, you used it, you lost your privilege, and even if it's just for the day. I think that if we're offering the responsibility or giving the responsibility, and you misused it, if we do that enough, hopefully that takes the burden away from the teacher and lessens the load. That's my personal feeling. The other side of this is, I know people talk about social media training for our students starting in elementary school. I think I know how Mr. Enos feels about it. I'm passionate about it. I think we're not doing enough to teach kids all of the trials and tribulations right through middle school of how addictive it is, how it damages mental health, and really be the top of the line and get that curriculum to Sarasota County students bigger and better than any other school district in the country, frankly. And we have the ability to do it, and we should be doing it, and that's my opinion.
And I would concur 100%. With that piece on the educational back to the students within the schools. I mean, there's just a recent article about sextortion, which is where it's a online scam where nudes are sent to get a nude, then they extort you for money because they say they're going to publish it, and it's another scam that's being run out there, and I know some people that have been personally affected by that. So I agree 100% with the educational piece at the lower levels, as you stated, and I could even go with the confiscation piece in reference to one strike and you're kind of out. Like we're gonna make sure now that you've lost that privilege for the day and put you on notice. So I would definitely agree with that statement. Ms. Ziegler.
Thank you very much. Well, I do want to thank the superintendent and everyone who participated in the survey. I have, as I mentioned before, I've been championing this bell to bell since 2019. I did work on the legislation and didn't think it went far enough, but it was an improvement that really did allow for this lift and change to happen. I think that this is kind of, and I know Mrs. Barker, I mentioned this before, is that this is one of those issues. I don't mind if I have to be alone on an island, I don't care. I believe what I've read. I see it. You can witness it, and it does have, as Mr. Edwards had said, and there's numerous amounts of articles and peer-reviewed studies that show the incredible correlation of the mental health, quote unquote mental health crisis, which is real, and the correlation to smartphones and the addictive nature of them, not just social media, but even just text, the ... I mean, and what triggered it for me back in 19 was after reading, I don't know, something in Forbes or whatever. It was a bunch of tech giants saying they never would ever let their children have any access to iPads or phones, and I was like, well, that should be sending some serious alarms. And so, when they tell you, believe it. And so we've watched we've watched over the years, and so when this was brought up again, to me, it's one of those things that I know parents, as a parent, I can tell you, you have to kind of clip the wings, and it's terrifying. So it is nice to be able to see where they are. I know one of my daughter's schools has a very strict no device policy whatsoever. Children are talking during lunchtime. You don't see pervasive bullying and all of those things that do fall into that little device that really creates those challenges. And then the other part, so over this course of time, I've had a lot of feedback, and predominantly parents don't feel comfortable, and I understand that because of the fear of any kind of traumatic or serious threatening event that takes place at school. There's no doubt the first thing you want to do is be able to contact your child. I share that. I understand that. There's also a kind of risk analysis, frequency and likelihood, and then also what we're comparing it to. And I think as one person, I believe that the detriment is so clearly outlined, and our job is so clearly defined, and that they have complete they're counterproductive, and there's no question about it. That we, as policymakers, find ourselves in a position where you have to make some of these decisions in the effort of the mission, which is in an educational environment that allows students to thrive, and especially, and Mr. Connor knows how I feel about this, year over year we spend more money on mental health allocations. Meanwhile, we don't have a lockdown on this. To me, makes no sense personally. Now, I do agree. I'm not totally surprised by this. I know staff at certain schools certainly feel very frustrated that they are not supported by administration when it comes to the enforcement. And I don't have any tolerance for that, to me, quite frankly. I think that infuriates me because that is time. We talk about time all day today, right? That's the one resource that we cannot make more of. And when we have something like this, a policy in possession that has some restrictions and that is not being abided by, it frustrates me. And so I think that I would absolutely not be on any, I would not like to see any, I think the violations and I would not like to see any loosening. I share exactly what Mr. Edwards said. This is a policy. This is a rule. We expect it. And you lower your standards when you lower the violations. You can have, I think one had 4 or 5, and I remember reading it, and I was like, no. So because you put your foot, false threats, unveiled threats, we all know as parents, you understand that does not work. And I understand there is a risk factor encumbered by the district per se, by personal property. At the same time, I think we can write around that within policies of that their personal effects are, in fact, I don't know. There are ways around that. I know that it just gets brought up because phones are $1,200 these days or what have you. And so to me, I would like to see it go bell to bell. I recognize that that is not necessarily what I don't foresee that I don't get that sense, and I didn't have it. I believed that was going to be the case as a result of this. I am encouraged to hear fellow board members like to see a stricter stance, at least when it comes to violations. I absolutely am on board and believe we have some of the best thought leaders in the country here on this dais when it comes to educating our students and our families. I think we can be really robustly help with the parent university in this space as well. I'll attend it because I think I can't keep up and it's terrifying. But to me, I think this is one of the most significant threats to our children, full stop. And to me, our job is to ensure an enriching, safe learning environment. And there are multiple ways through the technology that parents can still engage and connect with their child's school in the event of, or to verify what have you, without interrupting their learning environment, without creating more addictive personality traits with these devices, and that will hopefully, it's proven it reduces bullying. So to me, it's a no-brainer. But if it's not going to go bell to bell, which I will put one more push in, and to clarify, that would allow students to contact their parents after school. But I'm including passing periods and lunches because it really does allow for it cuts through the addictive ability. You're just waiting until that passing period. You're just waiting until that lunch period. And again, there's countless articles on this. So I appreciate the work that was put forward. Again, my push with DC to tighten up the policy, see it be bell to bell. If we don't go that route, I would definitely like to see the superintendent maybe come back with some ideas as far as some kind of instruction. I don't know what time frame. Again, we always talk about time. Where do we plug that in to all of the very important things that need to be done? But to me, this is a priority because, again, if this doesn't get tightened up and they are able to utilize it, particularly at the older grades, because I do see that does exist, or they have them in their hands at all times, pretty much, in passing period and what have you, that we take a serious look at proposing some kind of education. The final piece I wanted to ask a question on is, when it comes to, as it stands now, unless for instructional purposes, do we have any sense of how often that is? Because I remember a couple years ago when we had this same conversation, somewhat like Groundhog's Day. I feel like it's Groundhog's Day every time. It's appropriate timing. That it was mixed, but a lot of times it came down to, and actually some of the comments mentioned this, like sometimes the Wi-Fi or whatever's not working at the district, so they rely on their personal devices. I don't believe that to be truly the case, but I do want to know if that's accurate, because I don't want at all. I mean, that completely undermines the whole purpose of this conversation. If we're leaning on those devices for instructional use, I would prefer. I mean, I'd like to understand when and why we would use that, because if we're really trying to reduce the use of it, but we're not going to full ban, is there a meaningful way we can eliminate the instructional use of a smartphone?
Eliminating, I mean, I think statutorily you've got that. We could go beyond that with our policy.
I don't know how that would impact. Obviously, that would require a little bit more diving in, and again, I'd have to lean on my fellow board members, because I am not. I know on the spectrum I'm probably the farthest on this one, but as it pertains to the concern, I think there is a shared concern about the impact of these devices that they have. So, to me, when you're taking it out, taking it in, take it out, when you have that access to it, that's the catch. I mean, that's the whole, from the addictive component to it. So if we're saying, hey, can't use it unless for instructional purposes, my question then lends to, when are we using it for instructional purposes and why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't quantify that. Don't have that data in front of me. That would be probably a separate survey. We would only be able to capture what teachers would fill out a survey to tell us that, right? We wouldn't have any other way to know that. I would say that has been probably the biggest issue in terms of consistency of enforcement, right?
Correct.
Because even myself may be inconsistent as a teacher. I may allow it, and then 2 months later, I'm like, no more cell phones, right?
And that's
so
what I hear too.
The inconsistency of that's one of the drawbacks to allowing teachers to make those decisions, but it also empowers the teacher.
Correct.
So it's like you want to outweigh the good and the bad, right? So if teachers are allowed to have that empowerment to make those decisions in the classroom, we also have to understand that how they choose to implement that will vary from classroom to classroom and even day to day from that teacher. So that's the hard part in the enforcement piece, because teachers are going to be on the different spectrum. Some are going to say, nope, put it up, lock it away. They've got cubbies to do that. Some say, I don't want to be in possession of those phones. I don't want to be responsible for those phones. Others are going to say, take them out. We're going to use them every day. Pull your calculator, maybe just a calculator function, whatever. It's going to vary so different from teacher to teacher that would be very difficult to quantify.
Well, and I don't want to be redundant and spend more time on this, especially if it's not the will of the board to go anything more, to enhance the policy. But just for a historical component, the bell to bell, and again, we're talking years now, 5+ years, was for that exact purpose, to avoid that lack of consistency, so that it allowed and really did allow the enforcement to be much, much more clear. But I appreciate the work. My stance would like to see us create a much stricter policy. I think it would benefit our students, but if we're not going there, I'd love to see more enhancements on the education part.
Thank you, Ms. Barker.
Thank you. Thank you all, and I really appreciate Mr. Connor for giving us this survey, Mr. Edwards for introducing this conversation. I am always fascinated to hear everyone's different take on it, and we all have a different lens. To your question, Ms. Ziegler, I would say, I have a 6th grader and an 8th grader who both have phones right now, full transparency. And they do not have social media. And they have to get they have to request any app from me. So, you know, I have it locked down in that way. But I will tell you what they do in school with their phones occasionally. Some students who are in those older classes, they're doing things like checking the stock market and where the shares are if they're learning about the economy. Sometimes actually every day my students do their homework mostly on their cell phones, their Delta Math, their McGraw-Hills. That we have a lot of digital learning happening, particularly after school, because we've moved to a more adaptive curriculum, because teachers want to see the data. What are they missing? What are they having trouble with? What concepts are they not learning? And that information is more readily available digitally when you have students do those programs online. So that from my perspective, what I see in schools are some of the uses for cell phones. That said, I do your point of mental health and cell phones. That is taken. That is a correlation. We always say as psychologists, correlations are not causations, but it's a pretty strong correlation. So I hear you there. I think perhaps, though, that a bell-to-bell ban or a complete cell phone ban may not be the panacea that we want it to be. I'm not sure that it will completely solve the issue of mental health for youth, or maybe even make the impact that we want it to have. So in my research of the data that's available, there is also a body of research that suggests a more nuanced approach that is in line with what our parents are asking for and with our current policy. I saw the weakness of I think our policy is pretty good. The weakness was definitely in the implementation and also in the complexity of the consequences. Yeah. I felt like I was like, wait, what? You know, like what we used to do you're on one, you're on two, you're on. You know, I feel like we're saying it too many times, and I think it can be sort of complicated even for parents and teachers and students to remember. Okay, I take my phone out. What is the consequence? So I wonder if there's a way to really simplify the behavior and the consequence, and to post it in every classroom. I'm sure Mr. Maniglia could make it look very snazzy, and just be incredibly simple in our consequences. I didn't love the idea of elementary schoolers getting sent to teen court for cell phone usage. I thought maybe that was a little bit much, but I definitely, if you need me to come in and take that cell phone back from the school, I'll be there, no problem. But I don't think I want to send my third grader to teen court, but he doesn't have a phone anyway. So those are kind of my thoughts. And then another nuance that I think we have to address right now beyond the school safety in terms of guns and mass shootings is that we are in a challenging time for our parents. Parents are feeling unsettled. There are a lot of changes coming through. We're having conversations about immigration changes in schools, and anything that would make it more difficult for families to reach each other in the event of a separation or an emergency makes me a little bit uncomfortable. The timing, I think, is maybe not right now when we have so many other changes coming down the pike. But I would very much be open to continuing the conversation as many times as we need to have it. Let's keep having the conversation. Let's keep making sure we're doing what's in the best interest of our children. So,
Ms. Marinelli?
Well, I agree with what everybody has said, but to me, this is one of the areas that we'll never have total agreement because everybody has their own philosophies. The one thing that we know is the mental health piece. So, but where does a lot of that occur? It's usually outside of the school. There are times we know that when the kids get on their phones, they're mean and they'll send messages and get it all out of there. But I'm torn because where's the parental responsibility piece? And also, yes, there is probably a place for teaching about the cell phone and all the uses, but that is one more thing that is put on a teacher. And we keep putting more and more and more of societal issues on the plate of the teachers and the backs of the school system, when many of these areas are parental areas. So where would you put this? When would you put this? When we are here for instruction. So that is how I feel about it. I don't think we're ever going to be able to say no cell phones in schools. The key is, when do you get to use them? Everybody, we can have an excuse or your point of view, well, they need them for this or they need them for that. We're never going to come to any resolution. So we either have to accept that they're here, and how are we going to deal with it to where it is consistent? Because I don't think the teachers can take any more responsibility on their plate and have to be monitoring those cell phones. So either we do it as the board and make that decision, or every school is going to have their own way they implement it. And I think if kids are using their cell phones in the classroom, why aren't we giving them their own laptops? Or why are we even having the cell phones be used? If they want to use them at home, like Mrs. Barker was talking about, that's a whole different ballgame. That's not us. So if they have access to do that, but if we want to stop that, then we will have to invest in the equipment to make sure that kids don't use their cell phones in school. So there's no good answer to this, but we have to make that decision of what we're going to do in the school. And I just don't, there's just the school system over the years. If you look at everything that's been added, that is a societal issue. Before long, we're going to have more societal issues that we're responsible for teaching than what we're supposed to be doing, and that is the academic. So that's where I stand with it.
Mr. Edwards?
So I think I heard a bit of a consensus, actually, a tightening up of the policy of not one strike you're out, but like just take it and try and make it simple for enforcement. I want to reiterate that I don't want to see teachers, they have the problem now. I'm trying to find a way to get it off of their plate, not add something to their plate. So if that got miscommunicated, I apologize. I think we are, what I'm personally never in favor of is banning something for students just to take it away if we're not giving proper instruction as to why we're taking it away. And so I think we are in a digital world. It's not, the genie's out of the bottle, so we have to be able to not only give the instruction of how treacherous it is from an addictive standpoint and bullying and all of those things, but we also have to provide good instruction of actually how to use it as a tool. So I think they're hand in glove for us ultimately after they graduate to delivering a well-rounded student. So I think they're 100% connected. To the question of when does a teacher do that, I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Connor. I think that if we're talking about this kind of instruction where it really is preventative and proactive of how to use it appropriately as a tool, how can we find a way to dovetail that into what we already have? But I'm still want to stress that I think we should be the top of the line on this. I think that everybody here is concerned about the mental health. We're passionate about it. It's something that the board doesn't agree on a lot often, and this is one, so let's run with it.
And I would also agree. So to answer Ms. Marinelli's question, the SROs used to have the internet safety curriculum that they had in fourth grade, and we would teach it at every single grade level. I know that in the recent, with SROs in schools here, with the creation and implementation, that would be something that obviously through Chief Ruiz, through our guidance counselors to be able to come up with, the policies. I agree also in reference to the teacher aspect and that they already have classroom management. I also know that it's up to each individual teacher that if they don't want them out, then they can just say you just can't have them out. And those that do allow them out, then obviously they can monitor it, but it does put the burden on them, and I understand that. Everything that everybody says, reference to the mental health, suicidal ideation, the bullying, the sextortion, the sexting, I mean, there's a million things, the solicitation, the child stuff, 110%. But it also comes back with, again, are we not into the education piece where we should be also with parents? But I also could tell you, I've had, and this is, we can have lots of parent programs, which we've had for social media, and I teach across the country on its impact on our youth. But people are really busy and they're not very well attended. So it gets back to then, it comes back to the onus, as Mr. Edwards is saying, is in reference to what are we going to do as the educational piece for the students to have that understanding of how it can be, because obviously there is plenty of questions. If you go back to Megan Meyer was in St. Louis, Missouri. The parent across the street actually bullied Megan so that Megan hung herself in the closet. They found out it was actually a parent and it was over not making cheerleading. So again, this is here, the educational piece. I could definitely can move towards being more restrictive. I think, again, with Ms. Barker, she's right, especially with parents going out and talk about them, because you also have Find My iPhone, so you also can see them if there happens to anything bad would happen or off the campus. I mean, it's a really big piece for parents. So I think there's lots of stuff, education on how to use it effectively. Again, I understand what Ms. Ziegler, listen, the internet is the devil, and it's been the devil since it was created. But it's just, I think with us I would lean towards what the community education, look at the policies in reference to the restrictions and see if we can come up with some betters, which I think is the consensus from everybody in reference to that. And then that final piece is if you find out that the teachers don't need it for whatever reason and they can do something. And I also in the Economic Times to spend $1 million for pouches or to say you can't bring it to school. We know that kids are going to come to schools with them, without question. So it is a very slippery slope. I can sit here and talk a million cases about the harmful effects of it, but it also know that a lot of it is what Ms. Marinelli said, is a lot of it is not during school. That's why the law was changed, that bullying through electronic device, if it affects the educational process, is how we put the standard in years ago, because it was happening off duty outside of school and the kids were coming in and they were all talking about it, so the bullying kept continuing. Then it became a school problem, and that's how we initially got into that. So again, whatever the will of the board is, it seems like it's more restrictive. See if the teachers, maybe there is a survey, or maybe you can look into it a little bit deeper with Ms. O'Day and the chiefs about how often they are using it, and outside of that, but again, not to just continue to speak, it's kind of like trying to count sand on the beach during time change at Riverview. It's, like we're either in or we're out to a certain degree, like everybody has said, but I would be to the point of what is the policy, what we currently have, that's kind of what is out there, that's in the community. And, I would look at maybe doing something that has more teeth in it for a first offense instead of getting to 3, 4, 5, to make students, at least educationally, then they would understand, here's your consequence. We're not taking them away, but we're going to be a lot more stricter with your usage on campus, that this may be where we need to be, and say, you do this, then this is going to be the consequence. And the second one, this is this. And you can do teen court referrals without having criminal charges. It can be a disciplinary referral also, which is something that's also each principal has if it gets to that level without having to have a suspension or effect. I know I see the principals in the crowd shaking their heads because I know that they've used them. So there's lots of tools, and that may be the educational piece that we're all looking for the principals, the teachers, as well as the families, more restrictive. So I see Mrs. Ziegler also has.
Well, just even to wrap up, I think that Mrs. Marinelli, I agree. I oftentimes get frustrated when I think about all the societal challenges, and you look to the school district to solve all of them and teach all of our children to read and write and obviously that's played a huge role in a number of aspects that we talked about today, ironically. But I do believe that our responsibility, we are tasked with creating and ensuring every child has the opportunity to academically thrive and graduate where they can be a productive member of society. And when it comes to addictive items, all throughout the time since I've been in school and I know all of us took a class of some sort that was, whether it be about drugs or whatever, or risky behaviors, they were indeed. And I think if we look at some of the statutory requirements, there are a number of things in there. And so, and I don't know if cell phones is one of them, by the way, but either way, I do agree we could enhance, whether it be through traditional teaching or through PSAs or whatever. I do think there's a lot to be desired because it is really important. It is pervasive, and it's just as bad for adults. Let's be serious. We just have developing minds, and like I said, it's a conflict. It creates a conflict for our mission, and that is why I feel so passionate about it in this particular role. I 100% think it's parents' responsibility to teach this behavior, which is why I think the violation should be serious, because you have to drive behavior. This is our expectation in Sarasota County Schools, that you will be, paying attention and you're not going to be on your device. And so if you violate this rule, we will take it seriously. And it does, just in risk management, there is a way to drive behavior, in fact, through consequences. So I don't know how challenging that will be, Mr. Connor, because of the variety of options that are available to each school based on the existing policy. But I would absolutely be in favor of strengthening the violation piece of it, which, as Mr. Edwards said, it sounds as though we may have consensus there at least. The implementation to ensure that we are there to support the the staff and administration. What does that look like? That's why they pay you the big bucks. So, but I appreciate the conversation. I think there's a long road ahead, and as Mrs. Barker said, continuing to have it. I have for many years. I won't stop. I don't mind. But I do appreciate the opportunity to re-engage the conversation.
Seeing some more comments? Yes, Superintendent Connor, please.
So to put a nice bow on this, I think what I've gathered is consensus-wise, I know we have a bell-to-bell, we have an advocate for bell-to-bell, but most want to keep current implementation as is. Elementary, no use throughout the entire day. Middle school, only unless directed by the teacher for instructional purposes. High school, the same thing, but transition and lunch included. That's at least allowable uses. You would like to see violations simplified and escalated quickly in terms of how we handle consequences, and then education. Social media, we could be the leader there. I think there are opportunities for us here. We've got community partners that would be willing to work with us to develop strong curriculum that we could be a leader in that space. So our team will tackle that. We'll look as a part of our student code of conduct revisions that we do annually around violations moving forward into the next school year, and we'll stay consistent with allowable use. Is that what I'm hearing? Any objections to that?
Other than Ms. Ziegler's.
Whatever.
We got it.
I'm used to it.
Conscientious objector, we got it.
All right, seeing that then, we'll go ahead and any closing member comments, Ms. Barker?
Well, I alluded to it actually in my discussion about cell phones, but I think it's important for us to address what's going on in our community right now. This has been something that every single day people have spoken to me about their fear and their concern about immigration in schools. Whether or not that's founded, that's a discussion that's happening in our community, from the toilet paper aisle at Costco to my emails to my phone. People are fearful right now, and parents my personal friends are asking, do I need to send my students with their passport, copies of their passport, copies of their birth certificate? And I know I actually started talking with Mr. Connor about this as a possibility coming down the pike a couple months ago. I think he probably thought I was nuts, but I do think as a community it's something that we're going to have to talk about and tackle. It's not going away. We've seen other districts who have made comments about it one way or another. I feel very confident that here in Sarasota County, our priority are safe schools, safe students, that we will follow the law. We will work within the bounds of the law, but that we will prioritize families and prioritize students within the bounds of the law. What I will say about that is that in order to do that, we have to have a clear understanding of what the law is right now, and it'll change, right? We already know things are changing, things are in flux, but I would love for us to communicate clearly about what we're doing, what our current policy is, and I believe our current policy is within the bounds of the law, that anytime law enforcement, a member of outside law enforcement, we have a way that we handle that, comes onto our campus. And I think our principals are aware of that, right? But I do know that there are some teachers who are feeling uncertain, and certainly some families and parents who are feeling uncertain. And it extends to students. There is a sense of unease right now with our students. My children's friends are asking me, what's going to happen to the custodian? What's going to happen to our favorite cafeteria lady? Here's where I have concern. It's disruptive to the learning environment. And we don't have time for that right now. We're in push plan season, so it's true. So we need, let's talk about it. Let's have the conversation, and let's make sure that our families know that we have their best interest and that we will be there to support them. I've heard reports, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard reports that there are students who are not coming to school. If that is the case, is there a way to engage our school social workers to reach out to those families and to see how we can support them in school so that they can feel secure? So that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. I will go to, actually, I'm remiss. I know Mr. Connor actually asked me before we started for member comments if he would be able to address the situation, because I know that all of us have gotten emails and we've all heard different things from the community. And I know that the district and Mr. Connor had made a statement, so if he would go ahead and address it as he had requested.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Barker, you did a great job. You've covered a lot of what I wanted to say. I do know that we're having a lot of national attention around this locally as well. We are getting a lot of communications sent to us directly around this, and I want to assure that all of our families know that our primary focus is always the safety and education of students. We will continue to follow our current operating procedures that are in place. Those are what we're going to continue to do, and that's sufficient in the case of what the dialogue has been regarding immigration enforcement. We're going to continue to provide a safe learning environment. We're going to make sure that all of our students and our families feel included in school, that they feel trust and respect of our staff. They should feel safe to come to school. The best place for a child in this school district is in Sarasota County schools every single day. So we encourage families who are having any feelings of intimidation or they're scared, they're just fearful, to be in school. We're going to adhere to FERPA, which is student privacy laws. We follow that. We always have. We do not track immigration status of students. We wouldn't know who is illegal, legal. We don't track that. So we're always going to adhere to FERPA and to student privacy regulations. In terms of law enforcement, our policy is consistent and will continue to be. It doesn't matter what the law enforcement agency is. We have a process to verify a law enforcement agent that comes to a school in the event they want to interview a child, in the event they're coming to do a student records request. All of that, we have policy and procedure that we continue to follow just as we always have. We will fulfill any legal order that's given to us once that is verified, and we will comply with the law. But this is business as usual for us in terms of how we handle situations with law enforcement. Again, I want to reiterate and assure our families that you need to be in school. That is the best place for you, and we're here to educate and support you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Mr. Edwards?
Well, we all came to talk about that today. I know that I want to start by saying that I spoke to Mr. Connor, I think it was last week, about what he just reiterated, and he wrote a beautiful policy that went to all of the principals. I think it might be a good idea that it shows up on our website where we can just, it's there in case we could refer to it to anyone that asks us questions. And to the point of complying with the law, to my understanding, to really get to a child in that capacity would require a warrant. I mean, it's a pretty serious process that would have to go through. But two things I know to be true. One is if someone is here illegally and they broke the law, there's consequences. We were talking about consequences about that. The second thing is we do not want schools to ever not be a safe place for children, ever. And we don't want children to have to witness any kind of behavior that would be pejorative to another child, especially under armed forces. We all can agree on those two things. So I took it a step further and I reached out to our legislative delegation. I spoke to several of them over the last couple of days. And to Mrs. Barker's point, the laws are probably going to change. Things are going to be in a state of flux. But what I know so far, which I want to try and put out to the community, is that the current view of coming into schools is for children is not on the table, completely not on the table. The only thing that could happen is if there were an undocumented employee that went so far as to be a criminal. That could happen, but I assured the members of our legislative delegation that those are not our hiring practices. So I further reduced the stress, which I really want to continue to get that information out to the public, that is currently what's being discussed as it relates to schools. It made me feel better, and I wanted to make sure I was sharing that information. While I had their ear, I went so far as to ask about the elimination of the Department of Education. If that were to happen, what kind of consequences can our school district be aware of, and how do we be proactive to deal with? So I am told that funding as it relates to Title I, funding that it would as it relates to our students with special needs would all stay intact. That there is no plan to leave these schools and our students in jeopardy. Once again, I want to reiterate that anything could happen, but what I'm really trying to do is tap down what's in the media, tap down everyone's anxiety, and to say, yes, anything could happen, but I've got a level of reassurance that I wanted to share with the community. Lastly, to change the topic just for a moment, we did, as a team, get an email from a 9th grader at Pineview who has a recommendation for an integration of a new STEM curriculum called FIRST. I'm going to hand it over to Rachel O'Day and hand it to and say, and real reason being, I love when we get recommendations from our students on how we can enhance our curriculum. Let's do it. And let me just thank Natalie Marino, 9th grader at Pineview.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate those comments because as this has come about, I think the media can absolutely make it into a point where it does invoke fear. That's their goal. I mean, they want eyeballs on what they're talking about. But the facts of the matter, and I don't see a need to get into immigration policy per se, but I am encouraged to hear that it was reiterated by the superintendent and Mr. Edwards, even your comments, is that we are following the law. We are continuing our practices, and that the anxiety felt out there is really driven intentionally by media to invoke fear. I mean, it's been very clear from the president to the Secretary of Homeland Security that and even I don't know what his technical term is, but that there is no intention to deliberately be going into schools. That is a narrative that is false, and it was done intentionally to create the fear that we're seeing. And it breaks my heart to know that there are families that are fearful for whatever reason. We have to live by the laws that are in our state. We are doing that. We've always done that. And the fear of, as Mr. Edwards, I appreciate this also, because as far as it comes to employees, our hiring practices are such that we ensure that we have people who are lawfully able to work within this state and country. And so, therefore, if you are not breaking laws, there is nothing to be fearful of. And it is very disruptive to our learning environment, and that is nothing new. We've seen headlines before that are really intended to create and invoke fear when they have not as much merit, very little merit to it. There's no doubt that they're leading out beyond just the immigration piece. There may be some changes. I know Mr. Edwards just mentioned the elimination of the Federal Department of Education, which my understanding is there's an EO coming out very soon here, but that'll be a multi-year approach, and I'm glad that you reinforced the fact that there is the disruption. In fact, we probably will have a lot more control over things, which would be a wonderful thing. But the stability of the safety of our children when they're inside our schools is absolutely the utmost priority, as is following the law. And it disheartens me that there are many who see this as an opportunity to fuel the flames and try to invoke fear. But I really want to applaud my colleagues up here for not buying into that, because it really is counterproductive to our mission. And I am, as was said today, and just full illustration today about all the great things that are taking place, and we really don't have time for the unnecessary fear-mongering. There are real consequences to breaking the law, but that is not our purview. Our purview is ensuring our children and staff are safe while they're on school grounds, and ensuring they're getting a world-class education, which the people inside these rooms and out inside the district are working hard every day. So I applaud you all for that and keeping that focus. And thank you, Mr. Connor, for taking a step proactively to not fall into any kind of radical shifts as I've seen certain other districts do, and unnecessarily. I think that just falls right into the fear trap that's being done. I want to highlight something on a different note. Mrs. Barker and I both had the opportunity to attend something very cool at Pineview, I think it was last week, where they got to speak to the astronauts up on the International Space Station. Mad kudos to communications team and Jamal, because that looked like a whole lot of technology that I don't even know where to begin. But it was such a cool experience. I actually got to take my daughter, who is very interested in engaging in Pineview, and I think that she got to see the coolest stuff. And the best part of that story is that it was all prompted by 2 students, and to see that whole room filled, it was just so amazing. And the support that they got from from staff and so many others and members of the community, it highlighted and underscored the awesomeness that takes place in our district. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Marinelli.
I want to thank staff for the wonderful presentations. They were long and we had lots of questions, but thank you. And I think it just reinforces that we're all here for the children that attend our schools, and we don't want them to stay home. I had a conversation, several, Mr. Connors had conversations with all of us on the immigration, and I want to thank you for being proactive and putting that out there. And that every person that emailed us, you emailed them back and explained. You were very consistent in your message. And whether it's posted on the website, wherever, that is critical that it is consistent. And I also talked to some of our legislative people, and it's basically the same thing that Mr. Edwards said, that, you know, there's no plan to come into our schools unless we have somebody that has committed a crime and they'll come in. Same way with students, that students get arrested now on campus if they bring a weapon or behaviors beating up. They get arrested on campuses as it is. But this is different because the fear is out there that these big guys are going to come in and arrest them that are called ICE, which they really can't come in our schools and do that. They have to be with law enforcement, from what I was told by our legislative people. But anyway, we need to reassure our parents that their kids are safe. And I talked to Mr. Connor last week about making sure our social workers, because that's what they're trained to do. If kids aren't coming to school, they'll go out and talk with the parents. So they need to have that same message that the rest of everybody has, that they're going to be safe, they'll be taken care of. You do not want them to not be in school and get behind. School is the safest place for them. So with that, I think it was a great workshop, and thank everybody.
Well, you both are counselors, and I guess I'll be trumping. Happy National School Counseling Week. Woo! So our school counselors, I see, I got to throw that out there. Thank you to all our school counselors. Unbelievably invaluable that they do. So many things they wear, so many hats that they have on campus. And this is National School Counseling Week, so definitely shout out to all of them and the hard work that they do. Also, February 7th is School Crossing Guard Day. I thought I'd throw that out there. Thank you, Mr. Maniglia, because this is from the In Touch newsletter, how I got the school crossing guard, but I got an email on the counseling week. The other thing too is I know all the board here, I believe, and the staff went out to Mrs. Covert's classroom at Tatum Ridge Elementary School, and we all read. I hate to say this, but I think I trumped all of you.
No way, impossible.
I brought ice cream, so at 9 o'clock in the morning, we were having ice cream cones in the classroom. If that's against the policy, Mr. Connor, but everybody likes ice cream when they read. So that gave me huge points right out of the chute at 9 o'clock. All those kids eating ice cream made my heart nice and warm. So with that, just thanks for the staff and everything today, and I really appreciate everybody and their commitment to taking care of kids. Between the HR, between the, fiscal, between everybody, the educational piece, the strides that we're making, all the presentations. I mean, we've never had presentations like this that I've seen, from being the chief, prior to that, being the captain, prior to that, being a school board member for the last 2 years. It's really refreshing, because ultimately our goal is one thing, is to be the very best in the state, and then to be the very best in the nation when it comes to making sure our kids are prepared when they leave high school. So with that, and seeing no other comments, I appreciate everybody. Our next board meeting will be February 18th at 6 p.m. Until then, we are adjourned.